एक खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, नेक्स्ट प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए। Welcome to week 2, day 3 of the BGIS 2026 The Grind. Final 6 games remain in the hands of Group C and D to try and make their mark. But before we continue the conversation, I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Salty. And Salty, now we know, last 6 chances left for Group C and D. If there are any teams on the latter half of the board, now is your time.
Now is your time, because this is your shot. Of course, we were discussing what is at stake, whether or not you proceed that one elimination round of round 1 and proceed to round 2. I think it's going to be a big question, because there's a long journey ahead of you, and every single team on the latter half of the leaderboard, I think now is their shot, specifically because this is probably going to be their last rondo that they're going to be playing.
Exactly, and there's still so many big names on the latter half of the board that we want to see on the first half. But to be honest, even the top 8 is looking pretty stacked for both the groups, right? Speaking of Group D, we've got so many massive names. Yeah, but one big name fell off yesterday, and that was Rivalry Esports.
Absolutely, and I think Rivalry Esports, we have been discussing about their performances so far. I think that was just one big day for them, day 2, which propelled them inside of the top 3. But then all of a sudden, that form just absolutely dipped. Now, whether or not they went back to the drawing board, whether or not they kind of fixed all the issues that were happening, maybe miscommunication, maybe the firepower not just up to the mark, we'll have to find out tonight.
Exactly. And speaking of the firepower, Gods for a Reason, what a way to kick things off. Gods for a Reason was just dominating on a whole nother level, as of course Spirit was the man in the map Rondo who was getting multiple frags over and over again. And Spirit's domination did not stop there. It also went on towards the map of Wrangle.
I think Spirit and Hitman from this particular outfit, Gods for a Reason, will be the players to watch out for, because Gods for a Reason, they have been phenomenal so far. They've dominated the firefights, they have positioned themselves beautifully. And of course, they've also done one very important thing, that is identify those weak points in the lobby, those weak teams, and certainly punish them for it. Of course, we do have a couple of aggressive names in the form of Team Eggy Gaming, who've also been struggling. We will talk about that, but as of yet, are we looking at the overall standings? Yes, we are. We do have LHS, Team Alpha up top. They are quite safe. You've got Esport Social, Phoenix Esports as well. The lead at the top is a lot, because you see that 30-point vacuum in between teams placed 4th and teams placed 5th.
Without a doubt. We've got the overall standings for Group D specifically, by the way. And of course, as you mentioned, right, Los Hermanos currently top of the charts. Team Alpha, yesterday, on both the maps of Miramar, they were able to snatch the chicken dinner away. And especially one of the games where Coffin was able to single-handedly get that chicken dinner. Of course, a bit of luck was involved, but still, Coffin's heroic. They were unmatched.
It certainly was, but interestingly so, we have to look at the second half of the leaderboard right now. You have Team Insane, GENxFM, Rivalry Esports, who are inching closer to that 100-point mark, with Team Insane being at that 100-point mark already. And have a look at this. Teams placed 6th. You've got Likitha Esports, NINZA, BotArmy. They are there with 108 to 104 points, which means there's barely any gap in between these two teams. So what basically is going to be suggested is that you be careful. If you are Meta NINZA, you need those consistent performances or potentially one big game so that these teams cannot catch up.
And you've still got big names like Rivalry Esports, Shadow Blitz, 2OP, who still stand a chance to make that comeback. All they need is one big game, and maybe they can instantly catapult themselves around that block. Top 5 players for Group D as well on the screen. And of course, you've also got Coffin coming through from Team Alpha, as I mentioned yesterday. That game of Miramar, it's all thanks to Coffin. That's why they got that chicken dinner. Phoenix Esports is Wiper there too with 36 finishes, and Fragranip from Esport Social getting 34.
I think it's not just Coffin. I think Punisher from Team Alpha has been playing beautifully as well. That duo between Coffin and Punisher, of course, just pulling so much heavy lifting for the team. Even Adonis, as a matter of fact. Team Alpha, They're playing beautifully, but then their weakness lies on the map of Rondo. Their weakness lies on the map of Erangel. It remains to be seen whether or not can they convert. But no real threats for them so far, considering they've crossed that 160-point barrier, and now we are discussing that cutoff to be around 140. But of course, when you talk about 140 and that cutoff, I think one big name, NINZA, does come into my picture, because Fierce, of course, we do have the stats where he's kind of pulling majority of the heavy lifting for his team, 42% finish contributions. It is going to be interesting to find out, can he replicate that same performance today?
Exactly. And you know what? Speaking of replicating the same performance, one thing that's going to be replicated for sure, that's going to be the schedule itself. But this time, Group D will be the one to kick things off on the map of Rondo, which means they're also going to play both the Erangels. But then later on, Group C will step inside of the action for the latter 3 games. They're going to kick things off on the map of Erangel and end things off on 2 Miramars.
Why today is so important is because of that match number 19, ladies and gentlemen. That map of Rondo is going to be the last Rondo that this entire group is going to be playing. And we have historically suggested that Rondo is going to be one of those maps where you can try and score more points. Why? Because you always get that extra lifeline. If things don't go your way initially, you can always go in for the recall and bring those players back. And I think teams in the latter half will be forced to actually go into those early firefights because they do not have any option more than 30-40 points to cover. The only way you can do that is taking multiple fights along the way.
That's what I personally think as well. You've got 1 free recall anyways, that means 1 free respawn. You might as well try and take advantage of it. Even if you do get 1 finish point, that's still plus 1 point in the overall tally. Exactly. So you might as well just use that, try and get the most out of it. Yeah, we have seen teams like Revenant Xspark get eliminated off the rip. Somehow they messed up that recall system. But if you do have one of the man isolated on top of the recall tower, you might as well try to go aggressive and get as many elimination points as you can secure. But at the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. I personally went with Rivalry Esports for this group. And yeah, a lot of people are hopeful that Rivalry Esports and NINZA will make that comeback.
You know, talking about the comebacks, I think NINZA, for them, they have been around that 6th to 7th position marker. They've just kept themselves alive. Consistent performance have been coming through. But yesterday, I kind of felt like a couple of their assaulters are falling short. Particularly Apollo. We've seen this man be in LAN finals and be an absolute beast that he is. But yesterday, that experience kind of fell off. Even Shadow's rotations kind of feel off as well. Speaking of Rivalry Esports, I think Arklin has done a phenomenal job with rebuilding this lineup. What remains to be seen is, can they bank on the faith that we have?
I mean, he's done a great job with the lineup, but the problem is the consistency, and that's what Rivalry Esports is really lacking, right? Yesterday, the way Rivalry Esports played, there were so many question marks just popping in my head. What's going on with Rivalry Esports? What exactly is going on different with Rivalry Esports now?
I think it is one of those players, Ayush Oji, who has always been pulling the trigger, taking the responsibility of finishes in his team, but the rest of the team needs to, buckle up and really start supporting that lad. A little bit of recap here, ladies and gentlemen, where we see Shadow Blitz as well in the mix of things. It's also one of those teams who are not out of contention already, so we'll have to watch out for this man, Exploser. 50% finish contribution inside of his team, almost half the tally, which is absolutely brilliant. I think if this lad goes off the mark and he gets the momentum going, Shadow Blitz, it will be very possible that they make that entry inside the top 8.
Yeah, Exploser, he had an explosive performance in one of the games, and that's why his finish contribution is so high in the entire team. But for Shadow Blitz, as you mentioned, as a team, they need to start waking up. If just one man Exploser is getting the elimination points and the rest of the team is just lacking, it's going to be a big problem for them. Yeah, luckily enough, they're not going to be eliminated from here. They're still going to move on towards the main event, but from the round 1. And who would want to be there? Come on, let's be honest. There's so many teams coming in from the IGQ. No one wants to be there.
I think information is wealth, especially in this land of battlegrounds. If you consider knowing what your opposition does is going to be extremely fundamental on how you move about the map as well. Round 1 is a place where all the unknown names are going to come by and you are not going to know how the lobby is going to react. You might have a fantastic outing with 50 plus eliminations, or you might get limited off the rip. Who knows? To actually topple round 1 and move to round 2, it gives you an immense safety backup as well. So I guess majority of the teams, they will have to fight for life and death.
In my opinion, Shadow Blitz, they can still do it. They have the firepower, they have the players as well. For some reason, they're just not able to click that well with each other. Synergy and communication is something that's lacking. Individual plays are not something you're supposed to rely on. But for now, let's move on towards the map of Rondo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and this time Group D is of course flying high on the map of Rondo. This beautiful piece of land does, of course, provide you multiple regions. You've got the deserts, you've got the greenlands as well. And this time, we've got 2 flight paths as well. One, of course, moves in across the map, splitting the map in 2 halves from Bailey towards the northern parts of Jidena City. It goes to test track, so it remains to be seen whether or not majority of the teams are going to be fighting it out on stadium or test track. But the other flight path goes towards Phong Thun, which means that they are going to struggle a little bit in terms of finding those positions, those central parts of the map itself. But remains to be seen how many of these flight paths do collide, and of course how many of these teams do collide in the initial phases. We do have the map standings as well. Phoenix Esports Team Alpha 57-43 points. It goes to show that teams at the top, they've been consistent on the map of Rondo, Necro.
Without a doubt, they have been. And I guess all thanks to that one free recall that you get. Relying heavily on the elimination points off the rip. That's what Phoenix Esports and Team Alpha has been doing. And right now as well, the same outcome. Phoenix Esports pretty aggressive. There's a Team EVE in front of them. And as of now, just a few players softened up. Nothing really too critical happening. Both the teams just trying to get their hands on the basic loot, weaponries, and utilities. And the moment that happens, I'm sure one of the knocks will happen as well. But as of now, it's still the slow and steady start for the game.
I love the fact that Phoenix Esports, they are stressing on the playtime of every single individual over here. Usually we used to see the duo of Viper and Smoker just doing majority of the heavy lifting for Phoenix Esports, getting majority of those finishes. But this time, since Phoenix Esports are aware that they are possibly going to round 2, they don't really have anything to worry about. They're giving that playtime to Stranger, which can be brilliant. But have a look at this. Like I said, Ayush Oji always in those front lines. Gets the first knock on board. Seems like Team Evolution MIZORAM, they will have to start this fight on a back foot.
Evolution MIZORAM, as usual, firepower is something that's been lacking. And once again, they drop a man. Not a good start at all. But for a team like Rivalry Esports, exactly what they wanted. One free B on the board. Los Hermanos, Alto and Dope right next to each other, playing in tandem. One man from the side of Evo MIZORAM. Oh no, he's getting pounced on by 2 players of Rivalry Esports. He's pinched and pinned. Nowhere to go, trapped on the upper floor. If the players of Rivalry Esports have got utilities, this should be an easy knock coming through. But still, for some reason, the man from Evo MIZORAM is just constantly holding that staircase, and he eventually peeks out, getting both the players. Rivalry Esports a bit too eager. Utility should have been utilized to try and make sure that the man was flushed out of his comfort zone, but instead, they let him be there, and that's why now they pay the price for it.
This is, of course, the technicalities of the game. If you do hold on to that upper floor, you're always going to have better chances of winning that fight with the shotgun. Have a look at this Rivalry Esports, though. Elsewhere, they clean up the likes of Evolution MIZORAM, but can they still proceed forward? Because Los Hermanos, they are the ones who are knocking on the doors. A one shot all by himself. Doesn't really have the weapons, and this time, he's going to go down as well. Los Hermanos, they get off the mark.
Los Hermanos, that's a freebie right there, collected. EVE and the fight between Phoenix Esports, even that continues as now GENxFM, they want to be the opportunistic ones and third party this. But Phoenix Esports is almost on the verge of taking down this man as well. Shady is the only person standing in front of them. And EVE, still Shady's trying his best to fight back, and he actually does grief the game of Phoenix Esports. One man's down and finished off. Shady backing away, wants to patch himself up as soon as possible. Utilities tossed out from GENxFM as well, wanting to find or at least catch one of the players in the front. But they haven't done so yet. It's a fresh third party from GENxFM, so of course they've got the man advantage in this entire scenario.
And they will so as well. They've got a couple of those players inside of stadium near the recall tower, which means GENxFM can be a little fearless in this fight. You talk about Ghost, you talk about Eve X2OP as well. Everyone is just holding down their positions. Don't really want to be making those mistakes up front. Want to let the fight come to you. GENxFM, they understand that this third party needs to have the proper timing. Unless and until you really nail the timing on this third party, you might get taken down. Have a look at this though. Elsewhere, it is going to be Damu from the top of the tower. Brilliantly done. Finds a knock. Finds a finish as well.
EV, still the man up top, bot fire. Is not really doing a lot. Staying prone, letting the course of the action take its play. And as of now, for GENxFM, all they want to do is just push up and eliminate Phoenix Esports. And that's what they've done. Getting down both the players and also getting the confirmations instantly. Now for GENxFM, there's just one man lying above, but do they know that there's a man?
I love the fact that GENxFM, they've actually mastered this stadium fight for themselves. The way they kind of move about this entire fight. You see majority of the maps of rondos, they've always gotten themselves those 4 or 5 eliminations right off the rip. They have mastered the early fights. All they got to do is put the cherry on top of the cake, get the chicken dinner alongside, and then they will be solidified inside the top 8. Another team we were talking about has to be Esport Social. Kalyug wanted Chris OP. I think the best part about this team is that every single player has had their moments. Kalyug has shined bright. In some matches it is Fragger, some matches it is Chris OP just doing brilliant stuff. But this time it seems like Shadow Blitz, they are under fire. Needs to come in from Likitha Esports. His knee. Ray, he actually goes down. Shadow Blitz, they have an upper hand.
And there we go. One of the players from the side of Shadow Blitz creating the off angle. The second nade, it's got to be on the mark. Alone Boy's position compromised as well. A return nade from Alone Boy, though it's going to catch the man from the side of Shadow Blitz. Has instantly even he hands out the confirmation. Utilities from Shadow Blitz, a little bit more precise though. Exploser, he's going to get the instant trade on the man in the front. Alone Boy down. Now look at the Esports. They've only got that one man in the nearby turf, and even he wants to back away, which is, of course, going to be the right call. Ranveer does not want to fight the foes yet.
Exactly, they do have the recalls available, so the players, they're going to be still safe. Alone Boy with that one finish is that only point that they could acquire from that first fight, which will cause problems. Look at the Esports, they need a lot of points if they do want to stabilize themselves on the top 8. Still in a position where risk is dangling on top of their heads. Can be chopped off anytime. Meta NINZA on the chase against Team Alpha. Almost at a moment where Shadow 7 was just going after that lad from Team Alpha. We have seen Shadow 7 love these initial engagements. He loves to chase the opposition down and take them out as well. This time, seems like Meta NINZA, they have other plans. They are in the central parts of the circle as well. Talking about the circle, it does include Jadena City, which is going to be interesting if it does shift. Do you think it's going to be taking a hard shift initially?
I don't think so. I think it's probably going to be centric shift once again. Let's see, though. There's a Meta NINZA around the centric part. Shadow Blitz as well. They've got a decent spot to play around with. Team Alpha, once again, pretty good when it comes to holding down a position, and they know exactly how to play that defensive stance as well. I've noticed one pattern clearly. If a team knows how to hold down a position, if a team knows how to play their defense right, they're doing pretty good. Probably the highest chance of securing a chicken dinner as well.
Yeah. One of those teams is actually BotArmyEsports, by the way. Their defense is absolutely brilliant. Credit has to be given to Ernie as well. The way he has been pulling those triggers, getting those first knocks. Every single time the slam comes in. But have a look at this team, Insane and Gravity Esports. They are looking to duke it out. As Rage, the first nade comes in, initiates a fight. Insane wants to fall back. Is he willing to fall back?
Seems like it. He is trying to fall back a little bit, slowly and steadily. And Rage spots him. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but Rage, this time, is going to make that push. Ninja OP on the other side. Shots were taken. Not a lot of connections found, though. Ninja OP is also getting shot at from the back line, so this third party, it's proven out to be a bit too deadly. He's getting shot at from the far fray, and yes, the knock and the confirmation. That follows up as well. The man from Gravity is going to be a little bit safe now.
Meta NINZA, always opportunistic, always prowling across the map, looking for these lone stranglers and taking them out. This time it was White Tiger. Meta NINZA, they've actually gotten off the mark quite early on, and this time it seems like one of their own players has taken the bite. Meta NINZA, 3 finishes on board. They still have their recalls available, but do they have a tower nearby? Because it does not seem like they're focusing on those recalls just yet. It is a squad fight which resulted in a casualty, but can they move ahead with it? I can see Mysterious4 up ahead. I can see a couple of those teams, namely Likitha Esports as well in the picture, which means that Likitha and Mysterious4, they are going head to head, Necro.
Indeed. And Mysterious4 have already taken too much damage upon themselves. One man's already confirmed, but the second man, Goku, is there to get things under control. But Likitha Esports still firing back pretty well as they find the knock against one of the men from the side of Mysterious4. Fragger's down. Trades happening back and forth. Sukuna could have been knocked out as well, but he instantly patches himself up. Situation's under control for Likitha Esports as of now, but Mysterious4, they still seem like they're in shambles. Down 2 players, now we've only got 2 men standing. It's Goku and Numan. And both these men from the side of Mysterious4 now need to disengage and probably go for the recalls.
This region of Tuling is always high traffic. You always find these players just moving around. Goku gets an opportunity. Spray down was there, but he knows the risk. Assessment suggests that you are not supposed to be here in the open for a long time. That is exactly what happened. Goku had to fly away from that situation. You've got multiple teams. You've got BotArmy in the backlines as well. Meta NINZA, of course, fleeing away from the fight. Wants to keep their players alive for that final battle. But Goku, is he going to call back his teammates? Potential to huddle around BotArmyEsports. That is going to be a big question, of course.
Meta NINZA around the block. 3 finish points secured. Team Alpha from the top as well, raining down death and destruction. As Chris OP, the man's knocked out. Confirmation almost could squeeze in. Utilities on top of Punisher. Team Alpha being pushed back a little bit. It's Esport Social knocking on the doors, but look at Team Alpha. Isolating duel against Wanted. I'm not sure what the man was doing all the way back. He was trying to find an off angle. He was trying to find a flank, but instead he messes up big. Fragger as well gets caught. It's not looking too good for Esport Social. They're dropping down men.
They certainly are. Team Alpha as well, not really quite safe in that situation as well. They have had a casualty which can hamper their hopes and dreams of getting that big chicken on that map of Rondo. I think so far they've succeeded on the maps of Erangel. They've so far succeeded. They've definitely succeeded on the map of Miramar. They are unbeatable over there. But Rondo has been that one weak cog in the wheel, and I guess Team Alpha would love to change that. They have 3 recalls available. Remains to be seen whether or not can Alpha come back on his feet. But the problem is not a lot of recall towers are left open. Have a look at this. Mysterious4. They are being charged by Rivalry Esports, Necro.
And Mysterious4. Look at that man. He's in that death trap, but he still somehow tries to break through. The man from Rivalry Esports with his eye shot, he moved all the way on the back and still got the confirmation. Mysterious4. Luckily enough, there's a call being made to disengage. They do not want to push up anymore. Play this one out a little bit safe. They've already lost out on Goku. The question is, do they have the recall available? If they do, they're probably going to go for it. And it seems like they do. EVE on the other side of the spectrum, still catching out a few players of Mysterious4. 2 more men down. Now Goku has to go for the reset.
He certainly will have to. But Necro, of course, you did mention about the circle. And very importantly so, just because of multiple fights happening, we could not see the circle shifting downwards. We are moving towards Jidena City, ladies and gentlemen. Which means there is going to be a hybrid circle. There's a lot of watt parts in it as well. Los Hermanos, Zyrax. The last nick of time just resets once again into that fight. Gets that knock. It is going to be Guru, who finds a little bit of a retaliation with Los Hermanos. They are more than safe, it seems like. Alto is going to confirm that knock. Their fallen comrade is going to be revived. Los Hermanos, they're well set.
Shogun around the spectrum. Dope is back up. All the 4 players looking good and dandy for Los Hermanos. Next to them, there's also the boys of White Walkers. I'm not sure what else can they really bring to the picture. Esport Social, the first team to be eliminated from this game. That's going to be a major stinger. Team Insane Esports watching out the players of Phoenix Esports fade away from their crosshairs. Another team right around the corner. That's going to be the boys of EVE. A while ago, put a big spanner in the works for the players of Mysterious4. And Mysterious4 has already given out the recalls, by the way. But I'm not exactly sure how well that's going to be working out for Mysterious4. Those people who have just been recalled, they're going to be lacking loot as well.
Yeah. Fortunately, I guess Mysterious4, they are not in the midst of a fight just yet. They can still hold their positioning, but have a look at that circle. Have a look at that traffic, ladies and gentlemen, on the eastern periphery of the circle. Western periphery, my bad. Evolution MIZORAM still outside the circle. Could not find a good spot for themselves to hide, and I guess they are going to be facing a lot of brunt as well. Have a look at this BotArmyEsports as nades do come in. It is Phoenix Esports. Huge opportunity for Yashu, and he does not disappoint. 1 man down, Phoenix Esports. Can they retaliate?
Phoenix is losing, man. And they just lost one more. One man completely finished off. The second player's knocked out. It's impossible to get Stranger back up on his feet. So for Phoenix Esports now, they need to continue this journey with just a two-man squad. EVE, 2 exposed, and Rivalry Esports from the top. They've got 3 lines of sight. EVE is also getting shredded to death. Slowly and steadily, they're being suffocated. Shady in the front, shots taken against him. Still Shady's fine since he's inside of the vehicle. But right behind the players of EVE, it's also Team Insane working in. And for Team Insane, they've got 2 players tossing out utilities against EVE, and this one's going to be right on the mark. 1 nade, it's going to find 2 knocks. And for Team Insane, this has got to be the go call.
That is bullseye struck by Team Insane right there. Of course, they are going to be shifting focus onto Rivalry Esports, who are at the distance, but Shady needs to get taken out. Are they aware of that lone strangler still surviving is the question. Yes, they are now, and Shady has been brought down as well. Eve X2 OP. They've been sent back to the lobby. Team Insane doing really well so far. 3 eliminations on board, but now they need to move inside the circle, which is being prevented by these lads from Rivalry. And the fact is, next to Rivalry, they have such a beautiful high ground to work with. I don't see any chance of Insane fighting back.
True. I mean, Rivalry Esports, as of now, as long as they're able to hold on to this position, things are going to be pretty smooth. White Walkers, look at this rush from them. What am I watching? Uh-oh, that's a big mistake from Vegito. Told you. Out in the open, gets caught. That's a freebie for the Man of Gravity. At least he's able to squeeze in that knock, but not the entire confirmation yet. White Walkers, now they instantly need to shift their focus on defense as Los Hermanos, they close into this position. Aditya, he needs to be explosive. If he's not able to find even a single knock with the utilities, I'm pretty sure for White Walkers, their life is going to be an absolute nightmare. And that's what seems like it's happening. But still, Guru, he was able to thread the needle. He was able to find that knock. But instantly, even a trade comes through from Los Hermanos. Fearless approach in the fight's going to find the second knock. And just like that, Los Hermanos, they come out on top.
It's so surprising that Aditya, in spite of his experience, was not able to survive in that situation. Have a look at this, though. Shadow Blitz and Meta Ninja are duking it out in this fight. And Nanu77, he's going to go down. Shotgun strike from Meta Ninja, beautifully done. It's just one man who is still surviving. White Tiger might come in front of a nade, but it nade was misthrown as of yet, misplaced. Meta Ninja, they know that Shadow Blitz are taking a little bit of time for a reset, but that should not have been allowed, and that is exactly what White Tiger is looking to do.
Look at the zone, shifting out in the open, not a lot of playable area left. Just a few dips, and they're already compromised. Los Hermanos from the far fray, just mowing down the lawns. Meta Ninja and Shadow Blitz under heavy fire. And it's all two just constantly spraying them down. Shadow Blitz, Catalyst, the man's taken down low, and he's the only person who's standing for his team. But still Catalyst, utility's on point, but he's also getting shot at from the sidelines. Catalyst, he just wants to hand out the death blows, just secure the elimination points. Squeezes in a first hit at the last second. He knows exactly where the second man for Meta Ninja is.
Meta Ninja, they are struggling in this fight for sure. One man left alive. Catalyst wants to confirm this finish as quickly as he possibly can. But still those doubts, those hesitations causing him to delay this fight. That is definitely what you shouldn't really do. Blue zone right at back. You still have to travel around 200 meters inside the circle. Catalyst, not a lot of HP to work with as well. Does have the first aid kit. Can he pop it in time? A lot of questions. Tiger going in for the reload. There was an opportunity, but he missed it. But here he comes. Meta Ninja, the cleanup Shadow Blitz, and now finally they have control. But at what cost, Necro? Just one man surviving.
It was such an awkward fight.
Yeah.
Meta Ninja, for some reason, even though they pack so much experience, it feels like they're still filled with a lot of rookie mistakes. Team Alpha on the opposite side of the spectrum. It's Adonis doing Adonis stuff. But this time they don't really have a lot of elimination points to back it up. Adonis now just wants to find a decent spot in the circle. That's all he wants to do. On the opposite side, Gravity Esports alive with all the players on the block. That's a really good thing for Gravity. It's not often you see all the 4 players standing for Gravity Esports this late in the game. GENxFM down 2 men. Both the players, they seem like they're not going to be revived anyways. They're too exposed. They've got the deployable covers, but for how long can it really keep them safe?
Not for long at all. Stage 5, you've got 23 players remaining, you've got 8 teams surviving, but the problem is, it is still a hybrid circle, Necro, which means a lot of water coverage within the circle. Teams will lack the amount of space, will lack the amount of covers that they have to go in for those firefights, and we saw one of those standoffs happening on the western edge of the circle. You had BotArmyEsports and GENxFM duking it out. GENxFM took majority of that front. On the shoreline, of course, you still have a couple of these teams. You've got Phoenix Esports, who are just looking to lie low. I like this strategy. Let Team NINZA and Rivalry duke it out. One of them will get extinguished, and then we are going to come into the picture.
Phoenix Esports. Those two men not really showcasing themselves, not even moving a single muscle, just trying to be quiet. Let the flow take over and let the lobby do its job. Team Insane. I like that split. Pretty aggressive. Lost Hermanos, they strike, and Team Insane now is going to be in a big problem.
Those are some long-range nades, by the way, from Rivalry. Did not really expect that from one-shot OP, but they're expecting to find those players off guard from Team Insane. But the third party from LHS was extremely brutal because that kind of halted their path to success. Insane Esports now, they've been kind of stopped in their push. Phoenix Esports still holding on. Rivalry Esports just trying to use their smokes. It's every team trying to battle for survival. Trying to battle the zone, trying to battle the circle, and of course the space and the terrain that there is. BotArmy, of course, line up from the backlines, which is brilliant stuff because this fight came to a standstill. They can come as a catalyst. Nades coming in from Jord. Nades coming in from Henry as well. Team Insane, they are cornered right now, Necro.
They indeed are. And let's not forget, there's still Phoenix Esports on their tail. They haven't struck yet. But the moment Phoenix Esports decides to reveal themselves for Team Insane, that's going to be an absolute nightmare. They would not know how to deal with that. Team Insane will be in shambles. They're only a few seconds away from being eliminated. That's what I feel like. But if Phoenix Esports' anonymous aura is revealed, then things can be otherwise. Team Insane is too focused on BotArmyEsports. There's also Lost Hermanos taking shots against him. And now Rivalry Esports as well. They step inside of the picture. BotArmyEsports, they have been spotted. And it is Neo from the side of Team Insane, spraying them down. BotArmyEsports in a big world of trouble as now they've only got Henry and Yash standing. And even Yash gets struck. BotArmyEsports on the verge of being completely eliminated from this game. Henry's trying to keep his position anonymous, but for how long? Prone right next to the vehicle. Just wants to find an escape route, but the utilities from the side of Team Insane too precise as the final man of BotArmyEsports has been put to sleep.
I love the counter coming in from Team Insane. It was brilliant. There was a flank, of course, but have a look at this. Gravity Esports. They're looking to capitalize on the opportunity. Brilliant timing on the third party, which leads a couple of those players to get knocked out. And now Team Insane, they've just got one player standing, which is problematic because Phoenix Esports, they are knocking on the doors. GLITCHxREBORN is beyond protection now. Rivalry Esports, they have been hunkered down in this corner for a while. The nade was brilliant, but Steam still survives. Not for long. NINZA OP will find the connection. A little bit of distraction coming in from Los Hermanos as well as Phoenix Esports. They're going down. They are drowning quite literally. Can Viper bring this team back? Big question, Necro.
Team Insane Esports. At this point, it's better to just focus on Phoenix. Eliminate someone that's on the back so you're not going to be backstabbed later on. But for some reason, Team Insane Esports is ignoring them. Not a good thing. Come on, Phoenix Esports is right on your tails. First, eliminate that man, Viper. He's a snake. And Viper swimming to safety. The man's going to be completely fine as now he watches lines of sight of Team Insane Esports. But what is now going to be the game plan from Viper? That's the question.
I don't think there can be a game plan. I think for Viper, he just needs to survive as long as he possibly can. Just stay away from the fight as long as the circle is favoring you. But this is a game that Team Insane needs to convert. This is exactly what they needed to move inside the top 8 on the overall standings. We've always been talking about make these rondos big, and now inside of the final circle, or at least in the second second last circle. Team Insane, their positioning is brilliant. But have a look at this. Gravity Esports, Osiris, from the distance, they've got their 4-man standing. 6 finishes already. Those shots are beautiful.
Those shots were beautiful, but the man only had 4 bullets in the magazine. He does not have bullets on the AR. Gravity Esports running low on resources. How are they supposed to fight if their ARs just run out of ammunition? It's going to be impossible. And Gravity Esports is playing a long-range position. Oh, this one's going to be tough. Gravity Esports, they need to start closing that distance. It's a 2-2 split they're going with. But still, they're running low on resources. Utilities are lacking. Ammunition's lacking. But now those players, they start to reunite once again. As I mentioned, Gravity Esports, they need to start closing that distance. And because of the panic, they start making a lot of mistakes. Gravity Esports losing out on Osiris. That's a big man down. Now Draxi, he needs to get things under control.
Cover fire should have been there. The 2 players who were behind covers, they could not keep Team Insane at bay. And Team Insane, they're shooting at everyone that they find in. And now they've, I guess, found the position of Viper as well. Phoenix Esports just stuck in a corner. Viper all by himself. It's all 4 players of Team Insane, or rather 3 players of Team Insane, who are looking to scavenge this finish and make it 11 on the board. Los Hermanos, they have been staying a little low for a while. It is going to be iQOO. Is Dope still alive? Yes, Dope is still alive. So iQOO and Dope, that coordination is going to be brilliant. 4-man standing LHS with 9 finishes. They are looking to convert this chicken.
My question is, can Viper sneak up? Can he walk up that bridge? If he can, oh, that's going to be a lifesaver. And also life destroyer, either for Los Hermanos or for Team Insane. Mainly for Los Hermanos, though. Gravity Esports still out in the open fields. It's not a good idea to keep on playing the same way. Issues are going to be caused. It's Team Insane Esports still on the southern side. And Los Hermanos, they do control the majority of the terrain. Los Hermanos with the utilities being tossed on Team Insane. Issues are being created from all the different sides as NINZA goes down. It's Gravity Esports still in the open fields, creating a bit of those problems. And still, Viper from Phoenix Esports is right there around the corner. He's not revealing too much.
And he should not as well. But look at Team Los Hermanos. They have quickly realized this is going to be their circle. Look at the split that they have deployed. Shogun quite in the distance, keeping Gravity Esports at bay. Meanwhile, the rest of the 3 players, they're looking to take out their biggest threat inside of this lobby. And that will be Team Insane. I like how iQOO and Dope, they are together. The duo who has so much firepower. But can they extinguish the fire of Team Insane? That will be a big question, of course. Viper is still in the waters, and I love the way he is dodging the blue zone, just keeping everyone at bay. And I guess Los Hermanos, they're quite fixated. This can be Viper's opportunity. Up top, it is Dope Snake that is going to find the likes of NINZA. OP once again, he goes down, and the rest of the group players, they close in as well. Insane Esports, they are about to get wiped off, and they are now.
Insane absolutely obliterated. Los Hermanos, they're like no one's a competition to us in the end. All the players standing for them, man advantage stacked with them. Gravity Esports, they've only got 2 men standing. And for Phoenix Esports, it's just Viper stuck on that bridge. Los Hermanos, no one's going to be stopping them from taking this game and ruling the map in Rondo. What a way to kick things off. The first game itself, you start off with a major win with 15 eliminations. That's going to be 25 points in total. Unless they shut down the final man of Phoenix Esports as well, that's going to be 26 points.
This has been a big game, and now Viper has been spotted as well. It is Shogun. He knows exactly where this lad is. Viper, his best bet is going to be giving away his point to the zone itself, and that is exactly what he does. Los Hermanos with a big chicken dinner to open things up. Team Insane with a big performance to try and push up the top 8. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this Rondo certainly sets a pace for the rest of the days in the network.
25 points. That is a massive chicken dinner coming through from Los Hermanos. But once again, they were already ruling the charts in the overall standings. So these 25 points are just going to be like the bonus points for Los Hermanos. It does not even matter. But it's still going to make them feel good.
Exactly, right? And I guess before moving on to the main stage of the BGIS, it's extremely important for teams like Los Hermanos to work out on those smaller things, the smaller details, work out on the mistakes that they have been making on every single map. Rondo is one of their strengths for sure, But this time, I guess, they got themselves that one thing which was missing, and that is high number of eliminations. And this game, they went absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, especially in the end moments, Los Hermanos, they had all the player standings as well. And whenever I saw Los Hermanos, for some reason, I was getting that hint as well that, yeah, it's probably going to be their game. The way they were playing, especially in the final few moments, they were not really being too aggressive. They were letting the flow of the lobby take over.
Yeah.
They were letting the other teams duke it out amongst themselves. And yeah, Los Hermanos was constantly poking them, but they were not full-blown brushing them.
Yo, for sure. But for a sec, I thought that it could actually be Team Insane's game, especially with the way they were taking those fights against Rivalry, the way they were taking the fight against Gravity Esports as well. But I guess it was one lad, a NINZA OP, who was constantly getting knocked on the shorelines, which just caused so much problems for Team Insane. Nonetheless, again, I guess they got more than double-digit finishes for themselves in this particular game, which will, of course, propel themselves maybe inside the top 8. And once it does, if you can build up that momentum on the map of Erangel Necro, today will be brilliant for Team Insane.
Yeah, I mean, Team Insane lost that game. It's because of BotArmyEsports. When BotArmyEsports made that push against Team Insane Esports, BotArmyEsports was able to get one of the players downing, pretty much confirmed.
Yeah. And
that's when the entirety of BotArmyEsports was also eliminated right on the back of that. And Team Insane Esports, I knew they needed all the players to stand alive in the end moments, which was not possible. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why they crumbled in the pressure. Speaking of Phoenix Esports as well, it was a decent game. Just one man around the corner on the edge. He was trying to squeeze in placement points, and he did it pretty well.
I mean, yeah, placement points for sure, but I think Phoenix Esports, this is one of their Rondo maps which was struggling for a very long time. They struggled from the start till the very end. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are, of course, going to be talking about the stats, but after this very short break, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And yeah, Johnny, a 25-pointer coming through from Los Hermanos. Even though they were already dominating the charts, it's not going to be counted too much for them, but at least it is something that's going to make them feel better for the upcoming rounds.
It definitely is, and for Los Hermanos, this was their best performance on Rondo so far till date. Before this, they have played 3 Rondos, and combined total of those matches was, I believe, somewhere around 19 points. So 25 points in Rondo today. I think this team is just prepping up for the future rounds of BGIS.
And yeah, speaking of the comebacks for Team Insane Esports, it's a step in the right direction. Not a lot of points, I would say, but still it's enough for at least Team Insane to be in a decent spot and hope for the better.
Exactly. I think with this game, they should be able to push themselves inside of the top 8, but let's see how the rest of the matches today are going to go for them. Because if they fumble up, they're going to find themselves outside of the top 8 themselves. But something that you guys need to find for yourself, it is going to be that Arthur Shelby set in the Lucky Spin for Peaky Blinders. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead, try your luck out, and if you get that set, do make sure to share your happiness with us.
I've always been a big fan of the series, and now the fact that you are getting the skins in game as well,
yeah,
it's an opportunity that you guys would not want to miss. So yeah, head inside of the game and try to get your hands onto it.
I want to say one thing. We've talked about Phoenix. We've talked about Los Hermanos. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Gravity Esports, Necro. Gravity Esports played pretty well in that game of Rondo.
Yeah, Gravity Esports played pretty well, but for some reason they ran out of resources in the end moments. No ammunition available in the ARs, and that's why they wanted to close in that distance. When they tried to do so, they were stuck out in the open, and then there was just like a free line of sight for the players of Los Hermanos and even Team Insane, and they were just ripping them apart slowly and steadily. Dope is going to be the MVP for that previous game from Los Hermanos, getting 5 finishes and 881 damage dished out. And even there is a man from Mysterious4, which is quite nice. 3 finishes racked up from him. All-2 as well from Los Hermanos, getting 4.
And we talk about Team Insane. NINZA is going to be there from the side of Team Insane, playing pretty well. And as you said, they could have done better if they were able to rack up those elimination points. But unfortunately, this was a game that Los Hermanos, with, as you mentioned during those last few moments of the match, them holding back, them just letting the game's pace play out itself and letting the game take over. And them just following that pace kind of allowed them to sort of secure this impressive win. 25 points for Los Hermanos. Then we have Team Insane Esports with 14. Gravity Esports, as we spoke about them, 11 points. And surprisingly, GENxFM are going to be in the top 4 with 9 points to their name.
I know, right? 8 finished points acquired from GENxFM.
Yeah.
The aggression, that's on point. And maybe that's what GENxFM now needs to start bringing on the board.
Yep.
That's going to be the aggression. BotArmyEsports, too, with 8 points in total. We saw BotArmyEsports make that pounce against Team Insane. It was honestly a big surprise push for me as well, because the way BotArmyEsports made that pounce, there was no way they were going to win that fight.
It definitely wasn't. But hey, they're still inside of the top 8 right now, sitting on the 7th position. So maybe that aggression is working out for them, because we do see those 74 finishes. But Necro, I want to ask you this. We have the overall standings in front of us right now. And seeing Phoenix Esports drop down all the way to that 4th position is quite surprising for me. Los Hermanos almost touching that 200-point marker, closely chased by Team Alpha. And then we have Esport Social on the 3rd. And then on the 4th is Phoenix Esports, a team that started day number 1 of their journey in the grind in a phenomenal manner, but the consistency has faded away.
In this particular group, I think the moment you cross that 140 points marker, you're going to be safe. I don't think the cutoff's going to go more than 140.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 135, 140, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, 137, around that. Maybe
just
max
to be safe,
137.
I think just to be safe, we should keep the target for that safety net around 150, because 150 is like guaranteed you move to the next round.
Yeah, that's still a lot, though. I still think 140 should be the safer mark for these teams. So yeah, that should at least be the goal, right? If you want to be in the top 8, be around the 140 marks. Even if you do not really make it, it's fine. You're not going to be eliminated. You're just going to move on towards the round 1 and face off against teams that you've never seen in your life. But to be honest, now that's a whole different conversation. There are still teams showcasing signs of life. As you mentioned, Gravity Esports, because at the start of the day, they were on the 2nd last position. With this sort of a performance, if they replicate the same thing in the upcoming 2 games, Gravity Esports can be around the top 8 as well.
Luckily for them, it's going to be back-to-back Erangles, considering it's the home ground, it's the map that everyone is extremely familiar with. Depending on the flight path, if it allows them to go towards their natural drop, they can do quite well. And of course, as we say, if you have the momentum, just let it flow. Make sure you conquer the next 2 matches. Even if Gravity Esports finish in the top 3, top 4 again, with about 6 to 7 eliminations, I think that's going to set them up for success tomorrow.
And speaking of success, there's one team that's just not able to find it at all. That's going to be Evolution MIZORAM. We had a conversation about this banner yesterday as well, and there's still a lot of scope for improvement on this banner. It does seem like they are trying their best to get the fights done, but to be honest, Shawnee, looking at them and the way they're struggling, I don't really see a lot of ray of hope.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's them, it's Gravity Esports, it's White Walkers for some reason.
Yeah.
But there's always hope as long as you have matches left. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is our time to jump into the next map, the map of Erangel.
Plane is in the skies once again, this time starting all the way from Severny towards Milta. And now this plane flat path heavily tilted on the right side of the map, Johnny. If the teams do want to move on towards Georgia Bull, that's going to be a tough stretch, including Quarry and Ferry Pier, which means there's a chance we might just see some pit stop clashes.
Exactly. This flight path is going to give a little bit more challenge if it was a central one. But right now, as you said, leaning towards the right-hand side, anyone towards moving or looking to move towards the western half of the map is going to face a lot of conflict, especially for those vehicle spawns. But right off the bat, looking for those drop clashes. I mean, Severny is a drop that's being utilized quite heavily, at least for the first two groups in the grind by the teams that are struggling. One of those names is Mysterious4, who have done quite well for themselves in Erangel, as we see in the map standings of Erangel. 65 points secured in the matches that they played so far. Also another team that's starting from Severny, but they have White Walkers towards their south and Rivalry Esports towards their west.
And we've also got the map standings for Erangel. BotArmyEsports is not too fly on this map. They've only got 53 points so far, the amount of games they've played. Esport Social, though, they're the one who really like to pop off in Erangel. So let's see if that's really going to be working out for them. For Rivalry Esports as well, Erangel has been their strong suit. And for Rivalry Esports, they have been falling off slowly and steadily. Maybe this one's going to be the comeback game.
I mean, yesterday wasn't the greatest outing for Rivalry Esports. Let's just leave it at that. I think before that, when this second play week began for Rivalry Esports, it felt like there was a new wind in their sails. They would be able to topple the rest of the competition over and find a safe space inside of the top 8 bracket, but that wasn't the case. Complete reset coming through for Rivalry Esports yesterday. I think considering today they have 2 Erangels, I am hoping for a better performance. Yesterday they had 2 Miramars, but let's see. They have a Northern Circle as well. So the situation for them is, I have to say, ideal, because they can use those northern shorelines to rotate and stay safe for a very long time inside this match.
I just personally hope they're not going to be taking too much pressure. Because if they do, then Rivalry Esports, yeah, it's going to be impossible for them to make that comeback. But to be honest, they're not too far back either. They just need one decent game, double digits on the board, and they're instantly going to be extremely close towards that top 8. Teams like Likitha Esports currently barely sitting on the edge. Even Likitha Esports is another one of those banners that we should be looking out for. And currently they've dropped around Rozhawk. Right next to Likitha Esports is also Evolution MIZORAM. And to be honest, Likitha Esports, you can take down Evolution MIZORAM. That's going to be 4 points for you if you do come out on top in a complete flawless manner.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the 4v4s that the two teams have taken, Likitha Esports do have much better stats on paper, but hey man, it's all situational. You never know. Maybe in one fight, Evolution, MIZORAM take out Likitha Esports, and because of getting taken out early in that particular match, they get kicked out of the top 8. They're already outside of the top 8, but there's a 3-way tie right now between them, BotArmyEsports, and NINZA. All 3 teams with 112 points to their name, but this name on our screen, White Walkers, they've been very surprising. Their journey in the grind so far, it's been surprising and not in a good way, I have to say, because when we looked at this roster on paper with Murnox, Aditya, Vegito, and Guru being there, we expected them to comfortably be inside of the top 8, but that hasn't been the case. They started off strong in the grind with that first map of Rondo. It was a decent performance, but from there, it's all been downhill.
And speaking of being downhill, you've got Shadow Blitz right next to Esport Social, Johnny. And this one's going to be an interesting fight if it does happen. Shadow Blitz, it feels like they're just cornered, all the 4 players next to each other, while Esport Social, they're busy looting up. Shadow Blitz, they probably do set their eyes as well on top of the players of Esport Social, but I'm pretty sure one of these teams will try to disengage. I don't think they're going to try to go for this much of an early game fight.
Yeah, both the teams have taken a drop towards farm. There's a lot of open space over there. Esport Social having that spread can catch Shadow Blitz off guard from a few key angles, but still waiting to see if that fight actually happens, because there's another team on the flank that's going to be Los Hermanos all the way towards Milta, but potential rotation pathways are available to Los Hermanos. If they hear those gunshots, they might just charge forward, hoping to third party. But on our screens right now, it's going to be Team Insane. They dropped towards Prison, Mansion, and Shelter. It's a 2-1-1 split drop coming in for Team Insane. So they have a lot of map control towards the southeastern edge of the play zone right now, but they have to regroup as quickly as possible. Again, the terrain is going to be key over here. It's an open space, and you would want to be together in case one of your player goes down early. You will be able to provide some cover at least and keep him alive.
And I guess a lot of these teams are still confused on the fact that if the circle's going to move down south or if it's going to go up north. So everyone's just waiting for the stage 2 to pop up, and hopefully it's going to be Curveball shift. Because if it's going to be Kerfolic shift, we will see some early game action once again.
I mean, of course, if there's a hard shift right off the bat in stage 2, there will be early action because you will have those early gatekeepers present towards the edge of the circle. But you know what would make this game more intense? What would actually be a curveball? If the stage 2 shift is also a central shift, if it also keeps the ravine in play. Hybrid zone, the confusion is still going to be there, and when the circle eventually transitions to a late game hard shift, be it north or south of that river, that is going to give us peak action inside of this match.
Still so many teams outside in the blue, or around the blue, you can say. GENxFM all the way towards Fair Pier. You've got BotArmyEsports around Nora Pnoy. Esport Social still down south. Hermanos, they haven't even taken the initiative of leaving that Milta. Shadow Blitz as well, still around that same place they were before. Phoenix Esports and Pochinki. A lot of these teams are quite slothy, Johnny. They don't even like to rotate this quick.
That's been the story for Group D from the start, teams being extremely cautious. And I guess, again, everyone is looking to avoid that drop, that, how do I say, demotion into round 1, I guess, because it's going to be a big challenge to go up against the teams that have made their way towards round 1 from the in-game qualifiers. They will be extremely unpredictable. And of course, you would want to face as little competition on your journey to the finals as you possibly can. But again, there are a few names that are quite confident in their firepower. Likitha Esports is one of those names, and they're smack at the center of it all. So I'm expecting them to be the initiators of those firefights, but let's see. Right now on our screens, we have Phoenix Esports, and it is quite a rare sight to see them very comfortable in Pochinki, not contested. This time around, Pochinki is at the edge of the circle, and Phoenix Esports, they have free reins of the entire city. So I think they're going to be showing up to that late game action with a good amount of loot in their hands.
Team Insane around the block as well, towards Yasna Polyana. Or around Yasna Polyana. Still around those entire compounds, and Team Insane's going to be pretty good. But hey, we've got also the damage leader graphic popping up on the screen, and Hermanos currently leading the entire charge in that matter. 25,477 damage dished out so far from Hermanos. Makes a lot of sense. The previous game has to be a major contribution to that as well, since they were absolutely dominating in that game, getting 15 finishes racked up in total. But back towards that conversation that we're having, right, of teams rotating in late. I personally feel like, in my opinion, the standards or the benchmark should be set for the international way.
Yeah.
And if the teams are not rotating quick, that's a problem. We saw in the international lobby how teams like to instantly rotate the moment the circle pops up.
I think you need a good understanding of the terrain in order to figure out your rotation timings. If your path of least resistance has a lot of clusters, then you need to be extremely cautious with how you rotate, because always expect buildings to have players and squads inside of them. If you go in without expecting anyone, you can be caught off guard. So it's better to be cautious than to just take things lightly. Right now, that lesson is learned by the side of Esport Social, because they spotted out a few players of Team Insane, but they did not have enough info, because of which shots coming in from the flank made sure that the player was extremely low, and Team Insane find the first finish of the game and put their name on top of it. 1 point secured in this match already, although, Necro, this is what you wanted, the hard shift in stage 2. Now we know for a fact we're going to have a northern circle.
Yep. Severny contention. There's a NINZA around the centric part. Likitha Esports as well. They finally made it inside of the circle in quite a good spot. Evolution MIZORAM as well on that southern side. Slowly and steadily still breaching in. At least they found themselves on the safety block. And then there's also Shadow Blitz trying to breach in around that same southern side. There's 3 teams or 4 teams next to each other on the southern side. Phoenix Esports, Evolution MIZORAM, Shadow Blitz. At the moment a fight happens between these 3, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of third parties coming in.
Of course, man. And the problem is that the teams that have control still of the Rozhok buildings will be able to chime in for those third parties unless these fights happen inside of the blue zone itself. We saw BotArmyEsports starting from the military island all the way towards Novorepnoy. A late game rotation coming through for them. Stuck in the blue. I think BotArmyEsports will have a run-in with a lot of gatekeepers. Beautiful spray coming through from Maxis. That headshot connection spotted out the angle perfectly. And the cover fire from Esport Social just wasn't enough to deny Team Insane that finish. But hey, this is going to be interesting. 2 OP versus White Walkers. Both the teams right now struggling as far as the standing on the overall leaderboard is considered.
EV. and White Walkers. This is so weird. Both the teams just driving around. What is this, 2023? This strategy was used all the way back in 2023. You would see teams just inside of the vehicles driving around over and over again.
I think
Guys, come on.
It's still in play, though. I mean, it still works out just to get info. And I think especially with the ridges, right now what White Walkers is doing is they're just scouting for info. If 2OP does not realize that they actually have a preference in this fight, they have an advantage of having that concrete cover, and they step out, then White Walkers will have completely baited them. But eyes on the radar as of now for me, White Walkers just disengaged, so that fight ain't happening apparently.
Team Alpha, a bit of a slow start this time, once again prioritizing a better positioning. They do have a decent spot. It's not the best, but there's a chance the zone's going to shift away from Team Alpha, and if that does happen, then Team Alpha will be messed up. NINZA, it seems like they've surrounded the players of Team Alpha, but I'm pretty sure NINZA is not one of those teams that's going to go for the fight. And John, even you look at NINZA's roster.
Yeah.
White Tiger, Apollo, Shadow 7. Every single person in this banner, it's experienced.
Exactly. I mean, Shadow 7, for crying out loud, is the same IGL that led Revenant Esports to those back-to-back wins in 2024. So that's the level of experience we are talking about. Apollo, one of those players who was there at every single LAN finals in 2025. I believe he was there for all of them with different rosters under different banners, but I believe he's there. But again, this time around, even though the roster looks amazing on paper, like this is a team that I would personally form if I could own an org, they aren't really able to put up the same performance as they used to back in the days.
I know, right? We're seeing clear struggles from NINZA. Nothing taken away from the fact that they're still inside of the top 8. Don't get us wrong.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to say that the potential this lineup holds is a lot more.
I think right now what they might be going through would be a few communication issues. Maybe as we move to the later stages of the tournament, they are going to improve with time. At least that's what I'm hoping for. But GENxFM, improvement needs to happen in this fight itself. And it's going to be Evolution MIZORAM who level themselves up in the match and wipe out GENxFM in a matter of seconds. What just happened here?
Did they just win a fight?
Yeah, they did.
But now there's a third party from BotArmyEsports, and winning this one's probably going to be impossible. A third party from BotArmyEsports, they've got it surrounded as well. Henry from the back lines, it's Ernie from the front, and Ernie and Henry together shut him down. Evolution MIZORAM, they were happy for a while, but then BotArmyEsports, they came in with sickles and chopped him off.
That's just heartbreaking, man. I was just starting to celebrate and get happy for Evolution MIZORAM. But hey, this is how the story continues. A third party after another, and then Likitha Esports show up to take on the players of BotArmyEsports. They have secured a knock, but they find themselves in an uncomfortable position with Phoenix Esports sitting on the flank. But Necro, look at that finish feed. White Walkers, they just completely disappear from this game in a matter of seconds as well.
I'm not even sure what's going on with White Walkers either.
Yeah.
They haven't even been getting enough screen time. They always get eliminated within instances. And you're just left wondering, where is White Walkers? They're not getting enough limelight because they're just not properly seen on the map. Whenever they're seen on the map, they instantly get eliminated. Yeah, White Walkers, even for them, they've got a lot to improve on. Time's less, that's the main issue. Team Alpha, spotting out the players of Shadow Blitz, go for a long rotation. All the way on top of Stalber Hill. Shots are taken from Alpha himself, but it's not going to find anything.
Looking for a reset. Shadow Blitz now forced into the blue, and as we mentioned and we saw a few moments ago, they have spotted out, and they have been spotted out by the gatekeepers in the form of Team Alpha. But the problem is we see Shadow Blitz moving up north. There's going to be more gatekeepers there waiting for them in the form of Rivalry Esports and Mysterious4, and the circle takes an eastern shift again. NINZA, I feel Necro are going to be in the prime spot to win this game, but they need to regroup ASAP, because look at where White Tiger is. He's surrounded by the players of Esport Social. There's the survivors from the side of Team Insane as well. But he moves up north. NINZA looking to regroup now.
Esport Social down south. And boy, oh boy. Gravity Esports. A bit of an issue for them in the name of Shadow Blitz. But props to Shadow Blitz. What a long rotation that was. All the way from top of the Stalber Hill. They came down towards the players of Gravity Esports, but almost could have been knocked out as well. Catalyst is not going to survive for too long. It's too OP. They're there to catch him. And instantly, they hand out a death blow as well. Heads on the swivel for the players of Shadow Blitz. Not in a good position at all. Out in the open, too exposed. Still a few individual knocks and frags going on the map. It's Phoenix Esports taking shots against the players of BotArmyEsports. And the fight between Phoenix Esports and BotArmyEsports happens once again. Stranger's back up on his feet, so at least BotArmyEsports cannot have an easy cake. And for Phoenix Esports, now they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. Another man drops down for BotArmyEsports. It's not looking too good, as even Henry drops down. And within a moment, the entirety of BotArmyEsports have been extinguished.
Yeah, unfortunately for BotArmyEsports, as they were approaching this compound, they overextended a little bit, allowing Likitha Esports to find a knock. But Phoenix Esports, I was hoping for a reset, and even before the players are back to 100% HP, Likitha Esports, they try to chime in. Although it is going to be Phoenix Esports who have found that opening for themselves. Viper looking for the second knock, takes a lot of damage, is going to be in a very, very uncomfortable position. And with Team Insane looking for a third party, Phoenix Esports, they need to wrap things up with Likitha Esports as quickly as possible.
The crazy part is Phoenix Esports, they've still managed to keep their man number intact.
Yeah.
How do they still have 4 players standing? First they went up against BotArmyEsports, now they're going up against Likitha Esports, and I'm sure soon they're also going to head on and fight against the players of Team Insane, and that's what's going on. Team Insane, they were on the verge of third-partying this. It's Clutcher and Max is the only player standing for Team Insane, so they're taking their time and thinking if they really do want to commit to it. And Clutcher seems like the man really does want to. No, instead he backs away.
Well, it's been a long time coming, this fight. We saw that cluster form towards the southwestern edge of the circle. And there is now no escape for Phoenix Esports. They're pinned down right now. Likitha Esports, they have gotten a reset. 2 players were knocked out. Alright, Alone Boy, I think, might be finished off. They are giving him a revive at the very last second. So he's back up on his feet. A 4-man roster for Likitha Esports returns. But Los Hermanos, with how they were circling around these buildings, I thought they were quite eager to engage into these 2 sides. But Phoenix Esports now switching focus, looking to add the players of Team Insane. They find an opening again against Likitha Esports. But unfortunately, Simp has been knocked out. Team Insane, they back off completely.
Insane from the back, Likitha from the left. Where do you go? Phoenix Esports is trapped. The Blues on the move, and Phoenix is going to start to get suffocated to death soon. Not a lot of possible options where Phoenix Esports can try and explore. All the 4 players still in that compound, and Likitha Esports, they've got him surrounded. They've got him pinned. They've got their lines of sight just fixated on the players of Phoenix Esports. Utilities exchanged for both the sides, but are they really going to find the knock? And yes, it's going to be the answer. Somraj's utility utilization, it's precise. As one of the men from the side of Likitha Esports gets knocked. Getting the revival is impossible. Phoenix Esports, they straight up just make that pounce. Likitha Esports, they really do want to save the day for the fallen comrade, but it might just be a major mistake. Somraj peeks out of that vehicle, but he instantly gets shut down as well in return. Phoenix Esports, they're here for the revenge, and they find the second man. For Likitha Esports now, it's just one last man trying to make the escape, but can he really make it?
A massive risk being taken by Somraj to go for the frags against the players of Likitha Esports, but it pays off. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The point for Somraj, although getting stolen by the players of Los Hermanos and Phoenix Esports, they find a nice little gas station to work with, but it's still outside the play zone, and the blue zone is on the move. Los Hermanos blocking the way for the players of Phoenix Esports. It's not going to be good, especially with just 3 players left standing. The spray from Viper onto Shogun is going to put him under pressure. Shogun is out of that coop and is going to get knocked out. Los Hermanos now not in a position which feels or looks comfortable to them. They're stuck in open. They can't really move out without finishing off Phoenix Esports first.
In a real bad spot. Los Hermanos out in the open. Shogun's knocked, as you mentioned. Dope and Zyrex, they've got heavy lifting to do. A lot of burden on their shoulder. And you've already got Phoenix Esports making that pounce. Phoenix is not scared of anyone. Dope falls down as well. Zyrex is now the only person in the back. And he was trying his best to fight back, but it's impossible against the entirety of Phoenix Esports.
I think they're responsible for having 3 teams just completely disappear from this game. First, there was BotArmyEsports, then Likitha Esports, because Phoenix Esports delayed them so much that Likitha Esports got taken out as they were trying to move inside of the zone. And now it is going to be Los Hermanos. Let's see how much further they can take this amazing run of theirs in this particular match. But on the other side of things, we have Team Insane going up against Adonis from Team Alpha. That nade looks wonderful, and it is going to be a 2-point slam dunk on the players of Team Insane. Both the players instantly getting finished off.
Team Alpha, it seems like they're playing a game of their own. They've got so much coverage. A lot of land that they are currently keeping, which means a lot of intel as well that they possess. Alpha, Adonis, Punisher. It's a big split between these guys. Phoenix Esports is still surviving on the southern side, barely on the edge. NINZA, a prime spot in the circle. The only compound that's available. And NINZA, it seems like they're set up for success unless they make some rookie mistakes. And I highly doubt these experienced lads will make that.
Oh, for sure. I think at this point, we are going to see the pace of the game die down a little bit because it's just all open spaces and no one is just going to make that mad dash anymore. Maybe I'm wrong. Mysterious4xNaqsh just charging forward. Shots being fired on the players of Team Alpha by the side of NINZA, who are controlling the circle in a beautiful manner. They're the only team with any sort of cover left, apart from the two individuals from the side of 2OP. And 2OP, by the way, are playing a very interesting 2-2 split for the end game. Team Alpha, they are looking for space to work with. They've taken control of a little bit of that eastern edge, with Alpha present close to the southern edge of the circle. He will have to take a fight against the players of Phoenix Esports, in which he will be outnumbered.
Phoenix has the firing squad together, taking shots. The only thing Phoenix is scared of is the man number. They're down a man. Somraj, the IGL himself, not in the game anymore. Team Alpha from the far fray, spotting out the players of Phoenix Esports, make that rotation. And the shots from Team Alpha, they're just whizzing past the players of Phoenix. Nothing is able to find a connection, but these shots can definitely be quite suppressive. But Team Alpha needs to be a little bit careful on the fact that magazines, they're running low.
Yeah, and well, there is no space for them to move in, and this isn't Rondo, it's Erangel. You do not get any deployable cover in this. Team Alpha was out on the move in the open. One of the players, Alpha, got knocked and finished off, and now Coffin, look at him. He's trying to spray down the players of Phoenix Esports, having secured a knock, but converting that knock into a finish is going to be a challenge, especially considering Phoenix Esports have just barely managed to squeeze their way inside of the play zone.
I'm not even sure what that man was doing from Team Alpha. How did he just get knocked out like that?
On the move, got spotted out by NINZA and got sprayed down.
Still, he should have expected NINZA to be there, no? That's like one of those common spots.
And NINZA have been shooting at them for the last 5 minutes straight, pretty much.
Exactly. They knew that NINZA was right there. They also do control so much terrain, so they did not even need to go aggressive.
Yeah.
They could have just stayed in that same spot. All they needed to do was rat. And they did not even do it. Mysterious4, they tried to make a mad dash at the last second, and of course got caught by the players of Team Alpha and even NINZA. Mysterious4 caught in a pinch, and now they're stuck in a real bad spot once again. You've got Goku and Fragger, the only player standing, and one more next to Fragger. While for 2OP, they've got problems of their own. There is one man, a casualty on 2OP, and they need to get the revival on that player. Team Alpha, as a three-man squad, now they need to be a little bit more responsible, especially Coffin. He's always been the main playmaker.
But Viper has gotten in quite close to the players of Team Alpha. Oh, that's a lot of damage. The instant he popped his head from behind that rock, he's going to be forced back into a corner. Punisher with that AUG can be the reason for the early demise of Phoenix Esports. They've gotten a lot of eliminations in this game, and they've made their way into the top 5. But I think they would, of course, love to get that chicken dinner and amplify the number of points that they have.
I just love some of the new life-changing features that are there in the game, right? Especially you can carry tires now. So that one is, the moment the tire's blown up, you can instantly replace it.
Oh, wow.
And that just changes so many things inside of the game. You are going to have those teams that try to blow the tire off your vehicle, and you can instantly switch it and get a new refresh tire on it. So yeah, these things can definitely change a lot of things in the competitive play.
Oh, we're talking about things getting competitive. Stranger getting knocked out by Fragger from Mysterious4, and, well, the finish happens in a second, but that spray! Simp! What was that? A headshot and a perfect spray comes in tandem, but he still does not survive. Phoenix Esports, that was a valiant effort, but they get finished off at the hands of 2OP. Incredible performance coming through, but the recovery for 2OP Necro right now looks quite dire. 3 players knocked out. Team Alpha in a position from where they can actually jump through those nades and pick off these players.
The problem is Simp was the only person who was able to find any sort of knocks.
Yeah.
If Simp had some sort of assistance from his teammate, maybe they could have actually been alive and they could have came out on top. But as of now for EVE, it's Team Alpha instantly going for that third party. EVE needs to try and fight back, but the utilities, they're doing a lot of damage. EVE had 3 players standing, but one more man gets knocked out once again. A well-placed nade comes in, and that's going to be the elimination of EVE from this game.
Hey man, jump through. And it reaches its mark. 3-pointer coming through for Punisher with that nade, but now it's the endgame showdown. We have NINZA, 4-man roster still alive, and the struggling roster for Team Alpha. They do not have those HP bars to work with. Look at that, Coffin is at half his HP, but if Punisher can open things up and bring this fight down to a 2 versus 3 situation, maybe Team Alpha can secure the chicken dinner.
I love the fact that Punisher has distanced himself from that shack, so that the utilities are not going to find him too easily, but still it's not going to matter. Fierce. This man is indeed quite fierce. Pushes up directly, gets that knock and finish on Punisher, and now Coffin left in the back to try and do something. Coffin does have a lot of finish points acquired. Actually, it's Adonis with 7. So yeah, Adonis is on fire. And that man from NINZA, almost made a mistake.
Yeah.
Could have been knocked out. That could have been a second shot at life for Team Alpha. But NINZA still preserving that man number, and that's really giving them the big edge.
Yeah, because of being at a man disadvantage, right now Team Alpha, the odds are stacked against them. And of course, Fierce with that MG3, he can be quite brutal as well. That rate of fire, if it finds the line of fire as well, Team Alpha, they're done for. And look at what NINZA are doing right now. 2 players in the car, and they're on the hunt, they're on the prowl. They've spotted out Adonis in the backlines. Coffin hiding inside that smoke is going to be a big sign of concern. And NINZA, they've won those double-digit finishes inside of this game. This is going to be a big leap from NINZA, and we were talking about this during the early stages of this match itself. This team has a lot of potential. They haven't showed it yet, but I think now Necro is the time.
9 finishes, searching for the 10th. And there is Coffin inside of the circle, and he spotted 2. That smoke was not enough to let Coffin sit in it, and eventually Coffin gets knocked. Adonis in the back, he's able to at least steal one of the elimination points away. And even Adonis has been putting in a lot of work for Team Alpha. NINZA just 3 men now, but they want to take down the big Adonis. Can they do it? Utilities are being constantly tossed against him, but Adonis, he's got a real good cover to play around with, but now he leaves that, steps outside of the cover. Even the Blues on the move, that means everyone's going to be forced to step outside of their comfort zone over and over again. And NINZA, with these 3 players, even they're quite hesitant. They know Adonis, all it takes is one big mistake for them to just throw the game away. And Adonis, if he finds a spree of enemies, he's not going to let go of them just like that. Util tossed out from him, and that's going to be smoke grenade.
Yeah, it's a smoke. He just has 1 nade to work with, and he needs to get that value from this nade. If he can either line up the players or find 2 knocks in a single nade, then is a situation in which Adonis will have the edge, but its position is spotted out, and this spray should have gotten the job done, but no ammunition on Apollo. He can't take this fight, but I think it's over. No HP on Adonis, and just like the name signifies, the cycle of life, the cycle of nature, he experienced life with all of the finishes that his team was able to get. Well, now he gets to experience death as NINZA secure a very impressive chicken dinner. 21 points. 10 for the chicken dinner and 11 for the finishes they have.
Yeah, NINZA pretty consistent, I would say, right? Today's day is off to a great start. Even the previous game at Rondo, not a flashy game, but at least decent bit of points. And now as well, NINZA getting a chicken dinner with 11 points in total.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 21 points right here. And of course, nothing taken away from Adonis and the boys. Team Alpha, it was quite a massive game for them too.
But Team Alpha has been playing well through and through. Every single game, they've put up a consistent performance. So I don't think I'm surprised to see Team Alpha in a position like this. In this game in particular, I think 2OP making it to the top 4, that was quite surprising. 2OP are also starting to show signs of life in this one. I think today is going to be about comebacks from the team on the latter half of the leaderboard. And of course, Meta NINZA. That was phenomenal. I think, yeah, now is their time to take a leap inside of the top 8, because right during this match we saw that 3-way tie on the overall leaderboard, and I think now they will have an edge against the rest of the competition.
And even Evolution MIZORAM winning a proper 4-on-4 fight right around that compound. So for Evolution MIZORAM, it's a step in the right direction. If you keep on winning the fights like that, it's going to give you a lot of confidence. And who knows, maybe in the future rounds, Evolution MIZORAM can make it to the later stage of the tournament, and we might just see them around the finals.
For sure. I mean, right now we're just keeping our fingers crossed that this team keeps on improving with every single game that they play. Because as you mentioned at the start of this match, there are no eliminations right now.
Yeah.
All you get for performing well in your particular group, in this case Group D, is if you do well, if you are in the side of the top 8, you move to round 2. If you don't do well, if you are in the bottom 8 of your group, then you get demoted to round 1. It's going to be a longer journey, but you will still be there at the start of it all. And if you can keep things in check, if you can keep yourself in check and make sure you fix the mistakes that are being made right now, right here in the grind, then again, fingers crossed, hopefully we see you in the finals.
But Johnny, once again, Gravity Esports is back to ground zero. Consistency dropping down. The previous game was fantastic, but Wrangle, they completely dropped the ball. And I guess we are seeing efforts from every single team, even on the latter half of the board, but there's one team the efforts are missing from, and that's going to be White Walkers. I'm not sure what they're doing.
You read my mind, I'm not even kidding about it. The moment you said about Gravity Esports, the thought in my head was, yeah, Gravity Esports, they just completely disappeared. But you know who else disappeared? White Walkers. We saw them attempt a fight. Well, it was an attempt. They were just circling around in those vehicles, and they just completely made a rotation up north along the western edge of the circle. And I don't know how, but they didn't even make it to their destination. They just got taken out along the way.
It really makes you wonder, right? In 2025, White Walkers was doing so good. They made it till the late phases of the tournament.
Yeah.
We also saw them in the showdown. And now look at this White Walkers. It's a complete opposite side of the spectrum performance.
I want to know your thoughts. Do you think they might be taking things lightly just because it is the grind?
No, I don't think. I mean, it's a free upgrade for you towards the main event anyway, so you might as well want to get your hands onto it. If you want to play longer rounds, then maybe. If you want to play a long tournament, if you want to go through all the way from the round 1, I'm not sure why would you want to do that, because you're anyways playing from the round 2, and that's still pretty much the same thing.
Why take that extra bit of risk from being in round 1? As we mentioned, I mean, a lot of variables, a lot more teams coming from the in-game qualifiers that you will have to go up against. And of course, if you take that risk and if it doesn't work out, then you might just get eliminated as well. There will be a lot of mistakes for the side of White Walkers that they need to fix, and hopefully they make those fixes before their matches begin.
Well, at least they've got one more game to go today itself, and if White Walkers does pop off in that game, then things can be a little bit different for our eyes at least. We will start seeing White Walkers in a complete different perspective. But for now, let's move on to a short break before we head on towards the last game for this group.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting day of the grind, BGIS 2026. And of course, it's not just the grind that is amazing, it's the new updates inside of BGMI that are equally amazing. The 4.2 update is out right now, so do make sure that you're checking out all of the new things included. And of course, the event that gives you a lot of new playmaking opportunities. The crawler is going to be there that allows you to have a little bit of movement underground. And then, of course, the wings that allow you to fly.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to fly, but nonetheless, it is not allowed in our esports environment. So, I am going to be talking about what exactly is allowed, and that is a big comeback in the last game of the day, of course, for Group Number D. There was a moment where I felt like White Walkers in the initial phases of the tournament might be dominating, but that has just been completely eliminated out of the picture.
Hey, I mean, the teams are going to do what the teams are going to do in the competitive environment, but as we talk about more things that are new inside of BGMI, ladies and gentlemen, the new Royal Pass is out and available for you guys right now. And of course, there's going to be the Rebel Rogue Fox set in it, along with the Rebel Rogue Fox DP28. You see Salty's reaction. His heartbeat rises every single time he sees this Royal Pass. And of course, you all need to go and check it out for yourselves. Grab the Royal Pass, max it out, and enjoy all of the amazing cosmetics that are going to be there in it, while we enjoy the amazing performances that these teams are delivering. Group D about to play their last match of the day, once again about to drop on the map of Erangel. What are your thoughts for this upcoming game?
You know, I do not have any team-specific thought. All I'm thinking about is this is going to be your second last day of the grind itself. Your last opportunity in the second last day. Make it as big as you possibly can. Of course, Team Alpha, they've done that already on the map of Rondo, on the map of Erangel. It has been scintillating. Adonis, of course, with the MVP of that last game, 8 finishes, 1,092 points of damage, which is brilliant, I guess. Just single-handedly destroying the lobby. Of course, we saw NINZA also kind of pull off a miracle. Honestly, this big game was long awaited, but finally we do get to see some sign of life from Shadow as well as Fierce, and elimination shared between them. But look at that, Punisher and Adonis, 13 eliminations between the two teams. Yeah,
I mean, an impressive performance coming through from both these two sides. One team that is missing in this list, it is going to be Phoenix Esports. But I guess as we move to the point standings of the match, we see them there right behind NINZA, Team Alpha. NINZA finishing the game with 21 points. Team Alpha, they have 20 points to their name. Phoenix Esports, their journey in the previous game of Erangel came to an end a little bit sooner than they were hoping for, but they still get those 14 points. And of course, a little bit of a comeback initiated by the side of 2OP and Mysterious4 as well.
Absolutely. Rivalry, Team Insane, they're going to be there in the picture. Team Insane could not replicate that first map of performance on the map of Rondo. Yeah. They were brilliant, but then after that, I think just could not keep it up. 4 points is not that going to be amazing. BotArmyEsports as well, 4 points. From Shadow Blitz, I was expecting something big because they're yet to touch that 100-point mark. And now it's high time that Shadow Blitz come up if they have any hopes of moving inside the top 8. Because look at that. The borderline stands at 116 by BotArmyEsports. Now, that was a big game coming in from them. Team Insane as well. NINZA with that chicken dinner just solidifies their place inside the top 8, and that is huge, by the way.
Yeah, I think they were sitting at 112 before that previous game, now at 133. Me and Necro were having this discussion. We are expecting the cutoff to be about 140. So just a few more steps for NINZA to basically guarantee themselves a spot in round 2. On the other end, we have Mysterious4 with 127, Team Insane 118. Not in a completely safe position as of yet. There is still a little bit of a distance that they have to cover, but considering Mysterious4 in that previous game were kind of okay. They finished with single-digit points, but with 4 more matches left in total for their journey in the grind, they can still make it happen. They just need one decent game, 120 bomber, and their job is done.
You know, I think if I was anyone between Team Insane or BotArmyEsports, my hands would have been trembling because we saw the teams line up right next to them. They're just hot on their tails, barely a few points separating those two lineups. And this game is so important because when you grow on the break, it decides whether you go with the positive mindset that, all right, we are in the top 8, we have to defend. And the other mindset is we're out of the top 8 and now we have to chase this There's a stark difference in between those two mindsets, and I guess this game decides everything. The fate of Group D stands on the hands of Erangel.
Exactly. I mean, this Erangel is going to be very important. Today, Group D played their last map of Rondo, and that could have been a big opportunity for all the teams that are sitting there on the 14th, 15th, and the 16th position to basically get a big leap and get themselves into a fighting position for the Erangels that followed up, and of course for tomorrow as well. But since that map has gone away, those teams will be free to do whatever they please.
You know, I guess opportunities are not going to be much if you want to really make it inside top 8, because we know what is at stake. Moving one elimination round further where you can actually play in from round 2, that is a huge step up, by the way. All of that is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, on the map of Erangel, and I'm so excited, Johnny. He is excited, I am excited, and I'm pretty sure you guys are excited as well.
Well, it is time for Group D and their last map of the day. Match number 21, the map of Erangel once again on our screens. And Salty, my man, this is going to be a very weird flight path for this game. Because look at this, it starts from Milta Power and it ends to Primorsk, heavily leaning towards the southern half of the map.
Absolutely. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. I'm talking about the BGMI gods. They've given us the toughest flight path to actually work with, especially when the stakes are so high. Like you mentioned, the flight path extremely tilted towards the south. It moves in from Milta Power to Primorsk, which means you can move towards military base, you can move towards Pochinki, but anything beyond Pochinki on the northern half, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to create a lot of challenge for teams that play from that northern side. One of those names is Shadow Blitz that you were talking about.
Yeah.
One of the names I was talking about, Mysterious4. In that previous game, we saw them take a drop towards Severny, but now that is going to be out of reach. And because of this, these teams are going to be forced to go for those early drop clashes. Let's see if any of those are going to be working out for them. And of course, I'm a little bit concerned about the teams that play from Northern Georgia, Georgopol City and Containers area as well. Because the vehicle spawns towards the western side of the map are completely out into the open. You can't escape if you don't find a weapon, and if the other person finds a weapon and a scope, you're done for. But hey, a southern flight path and a southern circle. Oh, this is going to be a weird game.
It's going to be a touch and go for now, but have a look at this. Team Evolution MIZORAM just dropping along with Mysterious4. Now, this is not good news. Mysterious4, of course, they're going to be liking the easy pickings. They get off the mark for sure. But where does Shadow Blitz stand is going to be my question. Where does 2OP stand? All these teams who love to go towards the north, we'll talk about them, but Mysterious4, it seems like they have caught Evolution MIZORAM off guard. There is no way this team is fighting back. 3 players get eliminated. Just 1 man remaining.
Yeah, I just feel bad for Evolution MIZORAM right now. The game begins and they are already down to their last man. Mysterious4 on the other side. Brilliantly done. Brilliant execution coming through. That's a long distance spray for the UMP. He won't be able to collect a single shot and he has given away his information. Needs to get out of there, the last man. But that's not the only fight. Towards the southern side of that military bridge, we have White Walkers taking on 2OP Official. And well, 2OP, they've lost 2 players. White Walkers, they're off to a great start right now. Aditya gets those 2 early frags for his team, but moving up further and moving to the late game stages of this match might be a little bit of a challenge for White Walkers. Depends on where they go, which compounds they hold. And are they just going to stay there on this military bridge for a very long time is also a big question.
So, White Walkers possibly have the most interesting drop inside of this entire lobby. They drop in near the bridge and they try to camp that bridge as long as they possibly can. But where do they loot? The question does come in front of us. They do loot the compounds which are there along the shorelines, which means White Walkers, they are going to be struggling. But it's still a better position to be in rather than just, you know, touch and go to Georgopol and then come back to the military base just because of the circle forcing you to. On towards the other side of the military base, we do have the Novorupnoi bridge being currently occupied by the lads of Los Hermanos. And this time, I guess they are aware of the fact that Bot Army, they always love to hold on to these angles. And they are. The hesitation of Los Hermanos is actually quite true. 3 players from BotArmyEsports, they are lying in wait. Ernie, if he gets an opportunity, he's always going to pounce. But the problem lies where he does not have a helmet. Not really a lot of good loot for BotArmyEsports.
And this is going to be difficult, especially with the Thompson. on one of the players from BotArmyEsports, as you mentioned. The loot not really being there, them engaging into this fight super early. And Los Hermanos, of course, being one of the most difficult teams to fight against. Yashu spotted out Zod OP, also not in a position from where he can, well, easily evade any contact with Los Hermanos. But Los Hermanos as well, they have their own challenges in this one. They do not have enough ammunition to just keep on spraying at the players. But on the other side of things, we have NINZA taking on GENxFM, and one after the other, the players are starting to fall. GENxFM, what just happened? They just gifted the 4 points to NINZA on a silver platter.
Trouble times for NINZA. Could not translate that position into good points. They did have the hovercraft to tank that damage, but NINZA, they were at it. They were shooting in tandem, and you know the hovercraft can be destroyed if 4 players are shooting and spraying it down. GENxFM, that is going to take a big tumble on the overall standings. But ladies and gentlemen, we move toward the shorelines where Team Insane, they've resorted to using the boat to make that cross on over from the mainland to the military base. But little did they know the Shadow Blitz have been lying in wait. A beautiful nade does sail in. Mortis, one bounce. The boat goes flying. Cover's been destroyed. All of these players out in the open. Shadow Blitz had an opportunity to capitalize on it, but Catalyst, the spray did not connect, Johnny.
Yeah, that boat up in the air could have given the opening to the players of Shadow Blitz. Well, they do still find one. Max is knocked out as Nanu moves to a brilliant off angle. And they have one player in the water who might be just marking the positions of the players of Team Insane. Look at that, even GLITCHxREBORN is going to get knocked out. So Shadow Blitz, beautiful control of this fight, beautiful way to spot out the players of Team Insane and punish them for being out in the open like that. But Los Hermanos versus Bot Army trades coming in for either side, but they are going to be in the favor of Los Hermanos now. Bot Army Esports down to their last man. It is Harry, and he will have to put up a magical performance to rescue his teammates, but he barely avoids getting taken out.
Sliver of HP on that lad. Beautiful angle that iQOO did find on top of Harry, and this time the nade, I guess, is going to flush him out from that position as well. Shotguns utilize the range a little too much. Spray down from Harry was brilliant. Now iQOO himself is struggling, but Los Hermanos, they don't really have anything to worry about. They do have the numbers advantage. Bot Army in shackles, and this time it is, of course, going to be the numbers in the favor of Los Hermanos. Can Harry pull out this clutch? Big question, Johnny.
I don't think so, especially with the confidence that Los Hermanos are moving forward with. That nade is going to help him, or might have helped him secure that one elimination, but now I don't think he has any utility left, and even iQOO just wants to keep him in a position from where he can't cause any more harm to his comrades. Los Hermanos, though, they've lost one man. Zyrex did get shut down. Harry switches to the other side of the bridge, now looking to see if he can catch the players of Los Hermanos from an off angle, but again, the numbers are stacked against him. The odds are stacked against him, but he still finds one more. Shogun knocked and finished. Los Hermanos, Dope does not have a lot of HP to work with. Maybe that could have been a play, but iQOO, who has been a key player for Los Hermanos, makes sure that they do not get eliminated early in this matchup. And of course, he ran out of ammunition in that M4 in doing so. But hey, the team is surviving. You still have 2 players left, and you're already sitting at the top of the leaderboard, so it's all good and dandy.
With that finish, Los Hermanos, they've actually touched double century, by the way, Johnny. Yeah. 200 points secured. The first team inside of BGIS, the grind to actually do so. So congratulations for that, LHS. They don't really care if they lose 2 players in the process. I think now they are going to enjoy themselves inside of the lobby. But look at this. Rivalry Esports taking to the boat to make it inside of the circle now. I guess this is going to be a good rotation, but Johnny, one problem will be is that there are going to be a lot of those gatekeepers and shoreline guarders.
Listen, ideally this is a good rotation, right? You're avoiding a lot of these conflicts, but every single time I see a boat in the water body like this, in a southern circle, I have a flashback from an instance of BGIS 2025. There was a moment where there were 2 teams rotating. They fought on an island in the middle of nowhere, and then there was an homage being paid off by everyone because a squad just got annihilated so bad. I did not remember the names of the 2 teams that fought. I will try to find out and get them for you, a piece of info that maybe you can share with the audience, because that was something else back then. But Rivalry Esports, I think for them the challenge will be once they eventually start to breach the shoreline, but challenge is going to be there for Evolution MIZORAM, and I think this is going to be a little bit more that they can handle. They're all the way towards Severny right now. That's going to be a very long rotation that they will be forced to make. And a lot of unavoidable conflicts waiting for them towards the military bridge as well.
It's not even a they at this point. It's just one player from Evolution MIZORAM who's just still standing. It's Ralakon. Tried to stay alive for a while, but Severny is just a little too risky. But we talked about Shoreline. Have a look at the Guardians of the Shoreline. It is going to be Shadow 7. Rivalry Esports has been spotted in the international waters. And of course, you can't be staying over there. Shadow beautifully isolating those players. Spray down should be quite comfortable for him, but it's tough to figure out where exactly Rivalry is going to be coming from.
Yeah, instead of the Coast Guard, they run into the Pirates in the form of NINZA. And one after the other, Rivalry Esports, their HP bars are being chipped away at slowly and steadily. Every single shot that hits them, that connects to their body, is pushing them closer to their demise. Unfortunately, though, NINZA are running out of ammunition because it was just Shadow that was spraying them down, but Rivalry, they're moving towards the right. And that is going to put them in the line of fire of Apollo, a man who's on fire right now, having secured 4 eliminations to his name. So it's just going to be a situation that is going to be much worse for Rivalry than in what they are dealing with right now. Yeah, Arslan gets knocked out.
Does bring me to a conversation, Johnny, of how do you think effective the rotation strategy works, because majority of the times I've seen all the teams just be successful in that shoreline guarding responsibilities, but nonetheless we did have a little bit of an engagement here. Team Alpha just whisked past the rich camp over there and now fallen into the hands of Phoenix Esports. A stranger looks to spray them down. Team Alpha, they managed to escape without taking a lot of casualties, but there certainly was a lot of risk in that thing.
Yeah, it was a risky move, but Team Alpha, they just pushed through. Phoenix Esports are going to be quite upset with themselves because they should have been able to grab at least 2 players in that play, secure 2 knocks, convert to finishes, because no one is stopping crossing a military bridge this late inside of the game. And going back to, as you were talking about, the mishaps of Rivalry Esports and, of course, NINZA being present on the shoreline. I think this is why I love hovercrafts right now. And if you're planning to make a boat rotation, priority number 1 is finding that hovercraft. It gives you so much safe room to work with. Yes, the movement is going to be compromised a little bit because it is slow. But you need to find a hovercraft, need to find a boat, and then those 2 vehicles need to follow each other. The hovercraft protects the boat, and the boat steps in case shots are fired at the hovercraft.
I still feel like the hovercraft is a much better option because of its damage tanking abilities. Yes, it's slow, but then it can, you know, cause the opposition to rethink because you're going to be running out of ammunitions, especially if you try to deal with it. But let's talk about the circle for a sec, because have a look at this. It still moves up north. There is a hardship which puts Phoenix Esports at the dead center of the circle. You've got Team Insane as well, who are going to be extremely happy, and so does Team Alpha. Rivalry Esports, that is going to be their last breath, of course, as they have been eliminated. Finishes being squandered by NINZA. Ayush OG going down to the zone itself. It is going to be a difficult job for all of these teams, especially Esport Social, especially Likitha Esports, to make their way inside the circle, because now there's not really a lot of breathing room.
This is going to be a very tricky situation for anyone that's still left in the military base. There's Los Hermanos, Shadow Blitz, Gravity Esports present towards the southern edge of the circle. Because now you think about options of entering the play zone. What are there? There are these hills that surround the northwestern areas of the military base. And right now you can expect every high ground to be occupied, but Shadow Blitz, as they make a run for their lives, they are being chased and hunted by the players of Gravity Esports, but Nanu finds a brilliant opening. There's a hovercraft running towards him. He dodges the run over. He needs backup from his teammates because Gravity Esports can for sure cause a lot of trouble. One of the players is extremely low. There's a potential second knock available for the side of Shadow Blitz, but Nanu cannot be involved in this fight all alone. He needs his teammates to back him up.
The cow fire is coming through as well. Meanwhile, Nanu just looking to close in on the distance. I like this approach as well. They are not letting Gravity Esports pass by. As the hovercraft explodes, it does give you a lot of cover to work with. Shadow Blitz this time have an opportunity, but from the back lines, it seems like shots being taken. Nanu with the nade does find a little bit of a knock, but he himself has been brought down. Shadow Blitz in a world of trouble right now. Explosive, we've seen his individual prowess. Can he replicate that once again?
I think this is a position that Shadow Blitz need to come out on top from. Look at that, Mortis. Impressive knock, and Gravity Esports, they are about to implode under this pressure. The nade looks good. Shadow Blitz will feel the pressure, and Nanu might just lose his life over there. But Exploser is standing right next to him. Rage, he has brought back Draxi, but these players taking a lot of damage inside of the smoke eventually get finished off. A combined effort of Shadow Blitz, White Walkers and Los Hermanos, the third parties. A big opportunity being capitalized by White Walkers and Los Hermanos. To be honest, they just got 1 point each for free.
And I love that, to be honest. You had a line of sight, you got an opportunity, you took it. Take every opportunity that comes next to you, because that is only going to make your position reinforced inside of the top 8. Just like you mentioned, Team Alpha, Los Hermanos, they don't really need a lot of those points. But White Walkers, they have been struggling. 77 points in all of the matches that they have played. Certainly need a lot more from this one. Have a look at this. Team Insane, though. In the middle of nowhere, Neo. That was a very optimistic spray out in the middle. No covers to work with. And now he's been taken down. Shadow Blitz, though, under fire. Team Insane, it's just one-man Ninja OP who remains alive. But problems for Mysterious4 as well, because up top you've got Esport Social.
It's not going to be easy for all three of these teams to sort of traverse the terrain, make that movement east to west. There's Phoenix Esports that I'm pretty sure are tracking these fights. Esport Social, that is a frag-hungry team as well, so Mysterious4 could be under pressure at any given second, but Shadow Blitz, Exploser, the last man left alive, spotted out by NINZA and put out of his misery. An early exit handed to the players of Shadow Blitz yet again. It seems like their drop down the leaderboard is not going to stop anytime soon. But Mysterious4 on the other front, they actually fall back, and instead of pushing for the player of Team Insane, pushing for the players of Phoenix Esports, they are picking a fight against the players of Esport Social instead.
I love the utility usage, by the way, Mysterious4. Always just finding an opening with this nade itself. Have a look at this. Quite close coming in from Fragger. A little bit of re-knock comes through Phoenix Esports from the distance. This is an opportunity found and an opportunity being grasped as well. It is going to be Fragger and Naman being brought down. The last man who's still alive. He is going head-to-head against Esport Social, but even he has been shut down. Esport Social, they retain that top spot on the hill and also retain their 4 players up and alive. Have to be wary of Phoenix Esports and their presence, by the way.
For sure, they have to be wary. If they miss out on any bit of info and run into a position that doesn't really work out for them, they're going to get destroyed in seconds. Dope from the side of Los Hermanos, one half of the deadly duo from this team. He has the info to work with, but again, the numbers not being there for this team is going to force him to just stick with Altu and just go for the safer plays, even though they are very eager to go for those fights. On the other side of things, Esport Social, the distraction from Los Hermanos results in Chris OP getting knocked and finished off, but they still have 3 players left. They found a break inside of the top 8. Kalyug does manage to get himself into, well, does manage to scout out a little bit of information about the position of Phoenix Esports, but gets no value from it, to be honest.
You actually don't need information from Phoenix Esports. They'll come at you. It is Simp and Stranger who are moving in tandem in the vehicle itself, just causing problems for Esport Social while they were dealing with Los Hermanos. Have a look at this. Stranger has a direct line of sight against Esport Social. Tries to spray down. The vehicle has been smoked up. Can Esport Social find a way inside the circle? A big question being asked, of course. They're moving in the direction where Likitha Esports have a stronghold as well, which can be problematic for them. Much like Aditya, I guess this has been one of those games where did find a good start. This is one of those players who we know can actually do so much heavy lifting for his team, but hasn't really been in the best of forms lately.
Yeah, definitely, but I want to talk about this Esport Socials. There were no cover left for them to take, and as they make the move, one player gets knocked out by NINZA. The last man left alive does find a trade. He does pick off Fierce from the side of NINZA, but Esport Social, they can't do anything from here. The smokes give away the info. Fragger is running for his life. He does manage to find some more cover to work with, put some more distance between himself and Shadow, but survival odds are dire for Esport Social right now. On the other side of things, you were talking about White Walkers. Well, their numbers could dwindle down right here. They went up against Likitha Esports. Guru was knocked out, but trades have been found. Breathing room has been made by White Walkers, but Fragger still getting pushed and finally put down as well at the hands of Meta NINZA. Apollo is going to be the man who finds that finish with the Mini 14.
You know, this is good stuff coming in from Meta NINZA, by the way. Just barring the fact that Fierce always gives in to his tendency of overshooting, overextending. That was a real overextension coming in from his side, which resulted in his demise. Have a look at this. Look at the Esports elsewhere. After the fall of their IGL, White Walkers, they are dwindling down even further as Aditya and Vegito are the only ones who stay alive. Look at the Esports trying to reposition. Ranveer Oji can be spot down. The spray was brilliant, but it could not connect. A lone boy has been left behind as well. It seems like there's nothing that you can do to save him, but from the backlines, it is Team Alpha who come with knocking doors.
White Walkers, I think they're done here. Last man left alive, Vegito. He was fighting for his life, but again, as I mentioned a few more moments ago, no cover left in this endgame circle apart from a cluster of buildings that is in control of Phoenix Esports. A few moments ago, I felt like Meta NINZA, they had the odds stacked for them to win this chicken dinner, but not anymore. The team has been wiped out. The last few players picked up by Phoenix Esports. Hey, though, this is a pleasant surprise. Rolacone, he shows up out of nowhere, and Evolution MIZORAM, they do not have any finishes, but they find themselves in the top 4 of this game, and he is going to secure a few finishes before he goes out. One player has been picked up, 1 finish point added to the total tally, and he knows where Somraj is. That's a good spray. He finds the knock as well, but the finish points get stolen by Team Alpha. Oh no, Rolacone, he is going to hate Team Alpha right now so much.
But what a rotation coming through from Rolacone, by the way. So, alright, fine. I still can't phrase out what exactly happened. They dropped in near that school squad house, of course. They get taken down. Rolacone moves up to Severny to try and protect himself. And then out of nowhere, he finds a way inside of stage 6. When nobody has spotted him, looking to get those loose triangulars around. Team Alpha's Alpha is still going to be surviving. But the surprising thing is, Johnny, it's still stage 6 and we've got 4 players and 4 teams and 6 players alive. Or what on earth happened? Team Alpha is the only team who's surviving with 3 players. Meanwhile, Phoenix Esports, Likitha and Evolution MIZORAM just hold on to their life.
I think from the start till the very end, this game has all been about those hard shifts of the circles. First, stage 1 to stage 2 made the players think that, all right, we are going towards that military base. But stage 4 said no. As it moved closer to the bridge, that open space that everyone had to traverse through moving up north became a very big challenge. And majority of the team playing the hills south of that military bridge ended up losing their lives. We're down to 3 teams, 5 players left. 3 from Team Alpha, 1 from Phoenix Esports, and 1 from Evolution MIZORAM. Odds stacked in the favor of Team Alpha. They have 7 eliminations. They have the numbers. And it seems like they might just be out on the prowl looking for the last 2 players. Stranger, his vehicle, I don't think it's been spotted out. He will be able to live for a few more moments. But if he gets spotted out by Rolacone, then maybe it's going to be game over. Rolacone right now is on the other side of the bridge.
What I'm thinking right now is, Johnny, I guess Team Alpha, they are aware of the fact that it's not a team who is still surviving. It's 2 teams and 2 players who are surviving, which means all 3 players, they can certainly go on a hunt. They can move their vehicles around, and that is exactly what they are doing. Information has been passed. It's just when do they find the player? I guess that the vehicles of Stranger did make some noise, which goes to show why they have been trying to look in that direction. But Evolution MIZORAM is yet to be spotted, by the way.
Yeah, Rolacone, I think that's the one player that's still hidden from the eyes of Team Alpha. Or maybe not. Alpha, I wonder if he spotted him out. They're still on the hunt, just driving these vehicles around. And I believe with how Team Alpha are moving, even Strange's position is hidden right now. 1 player on the bridge, 1 just hiding behind the rock, close to that village. And Team Alpha, they go for the safer play of the end game. I think they are, if they just hold on to that hill, eventually these players are going to be spurred out as soon as they are forced to make a rotation for the next zone, if it moves away from them. We have 41 seconds before we find it out.
30 seconds right now, but this is going to be a long end game, by the way. I guess Evolution MIZORAM still the edge of the circle for Rolacone to actually work with. Can try his way to prone and get inside the circle, but look at this vantage point from Punisher. I guess he's going to be the one, he's going to be the first one to spot down Rolacone from the distance, and once that information is passed, I don't think they will be able to survive the onset of Team Alpha, but what an improvement has been from this team, by the way, Team Alpha. We've always been talking about how they're good on Miramar.
I mean, they have been good on every single map they've played. Miramar is where they kick things off, but today they have been consistent. We see emotes being spanned by Rolacone because there's nothing more he can do. But I have to say, as you're saying, this is a long end game, but it has been an entertaining match. A lot of challenges, a lot of real learning experiences. Stranger getting finished off on our screens. But again, I think a big key takeaway from this match is going to be, if it's a southern circle, it is better to rotate there early. If you are rotating in late, you are going to be struggling to find that cover. I think Team Alpha got lucky when they were able to evade that aggression from Phoenix Esports while crossing that military bridge, keep their numbers intact, keep 3 players up and running, and then taking control of the compounds at the top of the hill in order to find a vantage point, getting vision of all the opponents. It's 2 teams left right now in this game. This last man still hidden, and Team Alpha still out on the hunt.
You know, I love that you actually brought up that point. Team Alpha, they certainly were a little lucky when they crossed on over from the bridge, because there were a couple of teams in the back lines. There was BotArmy waiting for them. There was Phoenix Esports as well, like you suggested. But I guess a lot of teams have tried to do this, even LHS, as a matter of fact, to try and get those southern positions early, but they failed. Team Alpha, with their quality, of course, you see Punisher, Coffin, Adonis. One game or the other, one of these 3 lads are going to outshine the entire lobby, and that is the reason why Team Alpha has been so consistent. And now it's just an emote fest.
Yeah, it's just an emote fest everywhere. So I think this gives us an opportunity to talk about, again, as we were talking about it earlier, learning experiences from this game. One of the learnings for Evolution MIZORAM, and I think this, so for me, this was an off play, because ideally it's very difficult to survive as a solo player this late in the game, especially if the circle is towards the military base and you're all the way in Severny. But kudos to him, he made it happen. So again, brilliant execution from Rolacone. Although, as we were talking about the other teams, if you are going to be the ones rotating late, you have to be very cautious. Those southern side rotations need to happen. Those botations, as you were calling them, need to happen a little bit quicker. But all right, last man spotted out. Now, finally, the game concludes. Team Alpha, it took them a while to close it out, but they secure their much-awaited winner-winner chicken dinner on Erangel.
Brilliant stuff coming in from Team Alpha as well. Brilliant stuff from Evolution MIZORAM. They did get that one finish point, but a lot of position points as well. So I guess you've got to give credit to Rolacone for that, because we saw how the map started. Evolution MIZORAM were the first one to enter onto a fight, and that happened as soon as they dropped down. Is it a safe strat for you to drop down on top of Mysterious4, who is high-flying right now? Not really, but can you potentially make amends when you come back? Yes, for sure.
I think it was an off-drop for both these 2 teams, so that they had to adapt on the fly, and they were dropping their... I believe this is just because we don't hear the comms for the players, right? But what I have a gut feeling about is the fact that maybe Mysterious4 were the ones who kind of forced that fight, because Evolution MIZORAM not really in a position to do so. And Mysterious4, a little bit more aggressive, took that fight head on and came out on top. But final few moments of this game. And I want to know your thoughts on this, because up until stage 4, stage 5, I really felt, stage 4 at least, I felt Meta NINZA were in a winning position, and so was Phoenix Esports. But out of nowhere, both these 2 teams just got destroyed.
And I think for Meta NINZA in particular, it has always been their weak link in their entry fragging department. You've got great fraggers in the form of Fears. You've got amazing players in the form of Apollo, White Tiger, and Shadow. But then Fierce always has that ick to actually, try and go as aggressive as he can. We saw how that resulted in his demise, and as soon as he fell, the entirety of the positions of Meta NINZA was just out in the open. Everybody could shoot them down. So it's a little about communication. It's a little about synergy as well. I guess Meta NINZA, they're working on it because they did get that chicken dinner, but it's still a work in progress.
It is a work in progress, but I think what we are seeing from Meta NINZA is their ability to adapt on the fly, especially playing on the back foot. Because today this team has been incredible. I believe they finished top 5 in all 3 matches that they played and secured a decent number of eliminations in each of those maps. So today has been an incredible run for Meta NINZA. I think they are in the top 5 on the overall leaderboard.
They should be. I think they were somewhere in the top 6, ladies and gentlemen, after the second game finished. But after now, I guess they will be in the top 5. But we'll talk all about that after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BGIS The Grind 2026. Joining alongside me is going to be Icy Baby 1-2 this time round for the next set of matches, which is going to be, of course, for Group Number C. But I want to know your thoughts. You saw all the matches unfold in front of you for Group D, and certainly a little bit of improvement for Meta NINZA over there.
Hey, for all things considered here, most of us, the casters, we have predicted that Meta NINZA was going to perform.
Yeah.
They fumbled on Rondo, which, again, it was their last Rondo map for this entire group stages here, at least for Group D in particular.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad that Meta NINZA was able to pick themselves up here, because we were a little bit worried here, especially when their first 18 matches to come here, and then now with these 3 matches, gave them a little bit of fighting chance to go to the top 8. I'm very happy with Meta NINZA's overall performance, but Team Alpha has been still somewhat dominating.
They somewhat have been dominating, and if you, ladies and gentlemen, want to be playing like alphas inside of your games as well, make sure you look out and watch out for our latest collaboration between BGMI and Royal Enfield. You get 2 bikes, which are of course amazing. You do get the GT Continental 650, which is my personal favorite, of course. Even Necro said that he loves the Continental 650, but you can also check out the Classic 350, which is one of our classics. Our dads must have had it in one of his life. My dad has it, and I'm pretty sure that Icy is going to love riding on a Classic 350 as well when he gets one.
See, interesting enough as well, yesterday while on the way back to the hotel, we actually saw one as well. I was like, that actually looks really good. You know, it makes me feel like I want to ride beyond my limits of just, driving towards the horizon here, right about maybe 300 kilometers away, 400 kilometers, just enjoy the experience. And
it is an enjoyable experience. It is a cruiser, right? But nonetheless, talking about cruising, I think one such cruise that we actually saw happen in the last game was Rivalry Esports on the boat while they were rotating in the waters. We'll talk about that, ladies and gentlemen, after we talk about the MVP. That is going to be Apollo. 6 eliminations, 600 points of damage. Good stuff coming in from Meta NINZA, by the way.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that Meta NINZA has finally stepped up here in today's game when it mattered the most, right? Like, just because of the fact that this is all about the day of comebacks as well, because they have one more day to go, which is tomorrow, where they are going to be playing the remaining 3 matches. So that is where things get very, very angsty for them. So for them, today was a very important one here if they want to build the foundation to remain in the top 8. And for Meta NINZA having 2 massive games, they had a chicken dinner, and now with Apollos having a decent one as well here with 13 points in total, it gives them that fighting chance. But with that being said, Team Alpha, they were the ones that got the winner chicken dinner. That pretty much solidifies their spots in the top 8 as of yet.
For sure, and even White Walkers, as a matter of fact, I guess 8 eliminations being found in that match. 10 points for White Walkers to work with. I think that does kind of reset their position on the overall standings, but you know, looking at the cutoff and where things are heading, White Walkers, a long journey awaits for them, and tomorrow they're going to be playing their last set of matches, so I'm excited what can happen. But you look on the second half, and there is exactly where problem lies, because Rivalry Esports, their drop down just gets worse and worse, because now they are on the 10th spot. 109 points for them. They are about 9 points away from making it inside the top 8. Team Insane just 1 point away from doing so, and GENxFM, Shadow Blitz, these two teams have also done really well in the past. Now all of a sudden they just struggle.
Now, let's talk about a little bit of statistics as well here, because there is 3 more matches remaining for Group D. So technically, there's only 3 more slots for the top 8 here. So Mysterious4, Likitha Esports, and BotArmyEsports here, they are going to be the ones that is going to be gatekeeping that slot here. So BotArmyEsports, these 3 teams in particular, especially in the top 6 here, are not exactly safe. But if you're talking about mathematics, which is unrealistic, Meta NINZA is also kind of not safe. But technically, they are so far ahead as well, because teams in the bottom, they're like at least 40 points away from Meta NINZA. So still technically, it's very much possible for any teams to actually kick them all out, but I would say Meta NINZA is in more of a yellow-greenish zone for them.
I mean, anybody from the bottom 4, I guess we saw the bottom 4, they are way too far behind. Somebody who can still come into the picture will be Shadow Blitz, and inside of the top 8, they're, in my opinion, just 2 positions up for grabs, the last 2, 7th and the 8th spot, right? So there are going to be 4 teams, or rather 6 teams battling for those 2 spots, and that is going to happen tomorrow. But for now, of course, we do have to talk about what's happening inside of Group C, because they're going to be playing the maps of Miramar, and we saw what happens when Revenant Xspark and Vasista drop down on Picado. Now, of course, both the 2 teams, they are going to be comfortable, especially Revenant Xspark, but I'm not so sure of Vasista Esports though.
Well, they have been going head-to-head for quite some time now. I was hoping that maybe, you know, they were going to skedaddle and settle the difference, but it's been going on and on. But let's talk about their current positions here, especially coming from Group C in particular. Where is Revenant Xspark is right now? They're currently at the top of the table. Even if they bomb this remaining 6 matches, they should still remain in the top 8, because what matters right now is that you want to stay in the top 8 and then qualify for the better rounds. But in their case, are they learning something? Are they practicing? Are they experimenting? Well, they have the luxury to do so, I would say.
They have the luxury to do so, and tonight is going to be the night where they will have to practice on the map of Miramar. One Erangel still remains, by the way, so the first map is going to be Erangel, and then of course we move on to the maps of Miramar. We talked about Vasista Esports, we talked about Revenant Xspark, but the ones who are actually looking to make their comeback, it will be teams like Team Altitude, Team Aura Esports, who have showed signs of brilliances. We have seen Eggy Gaming as well being extremely aggressive, but it's just those conversions which is not working in their favor.
Exactly, and of course, let's talk about a little bit more on the highlights from yesterday's matches as well. This was a very, very scuff moment, especially coming from White Walkers and 2OP official, because this took longer than expected. This fight was very, very important because White Walkers had the initial jump, but for some reason gave them the reset and then lost all control of it. And of course, there were multiple third parties, including Shadow Blitz, etc. And of course, 2OP official, this was also the team that we had no expectations of them, especially during the initial rounds of the stages. They were top of the leaderboard, and now they've slightly taken a huge tumble down below as well. And that's something that I wasn't expecting out coming from them.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a slip-up over there, but nonetheless, we do have the overall standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant Xspark, learn from past. They are going to be the top 2. Learn from past, by the way, yesterday have been scintillating. Termi, on a single day, finding those 10 frags all by himself. That was a brilliant attempt, and that man is now, by the way, on the top of the leaderboard. Troy Tamilan, G4R, they're going to be safe. Vasista Esports, 136 points in an interesting spot. Even Vasista Esports as well. But then again, the bottom 2, VXT and Jux Esports, they're not really very far off. Altitude can catch them up anytime, and so can 4 Worlds as well. They've got 65 eliminations, 30 position points, 95 points. One big game is needed, I see.
Now, based on the expected cutoff coming in from Group D in particular for the top 8 here, because we are a little bit closer to the number, it's somewhere around 125, maybe 130 points here to kind of retain the top 8. So I would say Versatile and also Jux Esports, they're not exactly safe. Vasista Esports is in the yellow zone. Same can be said for FS as well, just because they still have 6 matches to go. So technically, teams from the top here, there are still 6 slots available. So teams like Tamilan Esports, Gods for a Reason, if they bombed all their remaining 6 games, teams at the bottom will have more points to kind of capitalize on and then kind of push up here. So again, that is statistics, but realistically wise, I'm expecting maybe 4 teams having a fighting chance to push up.
True that. Absolutely well said. I guess even FS Esports, they are going to be kind of safe, but then depends on which are the teams from the second half who can actually push through. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the top 5 players in front of us. Of course, Termi is going to be the one who leads the charge. 39 eliminations and 38 knocks. Man has been brilliant. 7,400 points of damage. You've got Oxin from Tamilan Esports, who does, by the way, lead the damage overall leaderboard. He's the highest damage taker in the entirety of this group itself. 8,447 points of damage, 35 eliminations. Then you've of course got Hitman who comes in, and then the duel of Revenant Xspark, Pain and Trace, who is kind of overshadowed everyone in terms of team fights, by the way.
I really like to see how Tamilan Esports has kind of improved over the weeks as well, especially coming from week 1 here. They were a little bit lackluster, but over the games here, consistency has what kept them going through. And Oxin has been popping up really well for Tamilan Esports here. He's been hitting his shots in unorthodox off angles, which catches people off guard. It's not really a main highlight scenario, but Tamilan Esports, they have been doing a lot of macro gameplay rather than individual CQC combats, which we are so accustomed to, used to, like 1v3 moments, 1v2 moments, etc. But they play the game based on rotations, which is something I really, really like.
And speaking of rotations, we do have the predictions, by the way, from all the casters. It is going to be Eggy Gaming from Anki and Spiro. You've got Oishani Esports being predicted by Raman. Me going ahead with Oishani Esports as well. Ingenia going ahead with Tamilan. That is one off pick, by the way. They're already there. Learn from past Altitude and Eggy from Necro. I want to know your thoughts. Learn from past. They are in the top 3 already. Do you think they are just going to continue the run of form?
Well, personally, I think we are predicting which are the teams are going to be retaining top 8 here. I win one of the safest predictions so far, because Learn from us is guaranteed to stick into the top 8, whereas everybody were hoping like a miracle hoorah maybe for teams from the bottom to come on the top 8 here. Makes a lot of sense. My predictions are spot on just now. Meta NINZA, they did make a bounce back. They are in the top 8 now. I'm very happy with that, and sometimes if I want to double down and get a guaranteed win,
yeah,
that's the one I'm going for.
That is the safest pick on the block, ladies and gentlemen. Just pick the team in form, and they are going to continue the run of form. But of course, I want to also know your thoughts about the chance of comeback for someone like an Eggy Gaming and Oishani Esports as well. Do you think they're going to make one in this map?
Well, I really like Eggy and Aura, and I think they could. They really could.
They potentially can. Well, we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, if it does happen, because the map of Erangel is getting dolled up. It is coming in front of your screens right about now.
Ladies and gentlemen, here the journey continues for the grind itself. This is going to be week 2, day 3 for Group C, and this is going to be their starting game for today as well, in their remaining 3 matches for today itself, before they continue on for tomorrow, on towards the deciders. Now, teams in the middle of the pack here, they do need to start bulking up and start racking up some serious points in order to retain in the top 8 here to qualify for round 3 stages.
Talking about the round 3 stages, it starts here and now. We do have the map standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. On the map of Erangel, it is Revenant Xspark. Credit to that back-to-back chicken, because of which they stand atop. But these teams, Jux Esports, Eggy Gaming, Altitude, they are in the mid pack as of yet.
Now, based on this map standings as well, you can see, you asked the question prior to this, which is regarding Aura as well as Eggy. Can they do it? These are 2 teams that I find have 2 very, very distinct different playstyles. And that is going to be Aura being the team that they love setting up roadblocks to kind of shove people with other teams, but they just could not convert themselves. They shove teams to other places, but they just cannot capitalize on getting those points. Whereas Eggy, they've gone full aggression, but they just don't have very strategic positional advantage here
Yeah.
because they can't convert into his late game. So these are two very different approaches on how they take those games, and that's something that I hope that they can kind of refine here because it's all in or nothing now if they want to stand a chance to qualify for a high round.
I think for Eggy, their aggression is also their biggest enemy, by the way. It kind of forces them in positions where you don't really want to be. Yes, for sure. They are getting those finishes, the average finish points every single game. But have a look at this. Medley Esports in the middle of nowhere. Once again, they are in a world of trouble. What can you do, OP Fox? Why'd you land up over there? Looking for the vehicle. This time, Versatile are going to be the one to get off the mark.
You know, I really like that fadeaway shot there. That was a free point up for grabs out and open as well. And considering that Thompson does have a slightly longer traveling time, he looked away and then, he actually got the knock. Nicely done. That's a free point for Versatile.
It was always in the books, by the way. Versatile, they could have actually done that with the vehicle itself because Medley Esports had no weaponry to work with. But where are the rest of the players? And why did this particular one, OP Fox, land in amongst the Versatile players? It just does not make sense.
Let's talk about mathematics here for what are the chances of Meadow Esports making a comeback to qualify in the top 8 and how many points they need to get. Right now, the current top 8 is 114 points. They've got 18 points. That means they need at least 90 over points just to match Jux Esports in 6 games. Is that possible?
I don't think
you
so,
need
man.
20 points per game. That's every single chicken dinner in every single game. That's really difficult to do so.
Especially looking at their current lineup, it certainly is not possible for sure. They have been struggling in those firefights. But have a look at this. Learn from past. They are going to be whizzing past the defense of Versatile Esports, but it seems like they are stopping and taking this fight. This is interesting, honey. Information was found that there's just one player isolated in that compound, and Learn from Past are looking to capitalize on it. They have done it so as well. 2 finishes in the bag. 1 casualty for Versatile, and that is not good news for them.
This is kind of surprising. I thought Versatile was going to be able to do okay, but mid-rotation they were split off, they got a free point, and then became points for Learn from Past. Who would have thought that Learn from Past decides to get a little bit aggressive here? Not any of you guys. But speaking of which, Oishani, this is going to be a very crucial one for them as well because they do need a decent amount of game and points here if they want to stand a chance for top 8 here. So these 3 matches coming from Oishani needs to be major games for them in order to fight for top 8.
I think even if you don't really make it to the top 8, all you've got to do is just work on your basic mistakes. We do have a statistical head-on in front of us. It's Hexy and Spirit. Have a look at this. I think their teammates have done a better job, especially Hitman, who has kind of been at the top of the leaderboard, but 7 and 6 eliminations respectively on day number 2. And look at the contribution, 39 and 33% respectively. I think that's brilliant. G4R, like I've always said, it's not just one player who is doing majority of the heavy lifting. It's everybody.
Exactly. To give you guys a little bit more context as well, that's the statistics based off week 2, day 2. That means they've only pretty much played 3 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 games on that day, and they've gotten themselves a total of 13 eliminations in 3 games. So that's a lot. Okay, it may not seem a lot because we're used to like 20 finishes, 20 finishes, etc., or 30 finishes overall, but that's just based on 3 games. So that's actually a lot.
And that too, just 2 players, by the way. That is not even the stat of the entire team. That is just Spirit and Hexy showcasing in their individual prowess on day 2. We'll have to find out if that can be replicated on day number 3 as well, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, you do have the circle in front of us, which is on towards the far east. Once again, the showdown on the shorelines is going to continue. This time, though, Eggy Gaming, they're going to miss the likes of GLITCHxREBORN, who have sort of shifted their drop location, certainly towards the shelter compounds. It seems like no early fights for them.
Yep, let's take a look at the circle as well. Because like you said, Eggy, they are still in the compound. They don't really need to do too much about their current position. But I'm more concerned on towards the teams outside there, especially coming from Oishani and also Meadow, because they are going to run into each other. And there's going to be not a lot of room to work with because FS has already gotten a decent combo. Revenant Xspark down towards the bridges area, where they're going to be setting a couple of stops on towards Milta. That's where things get a little bit tricky to work with. But I don't know. I feel like Oishani and Meadow Esports, if they need a massive game, they have to have some sort of center control. And now the circle just doesn't look good for them.
And if they do have to have center control, they will have to make it inside the circle extremely quick. They have to be fast, ladies and gentlemen. And talking about being fast, one thing which certainly can make you fast inside of the game is by getting yourself this lovely little Porsche for yourself. Whichever color you like, maybe the silver one. Sometimes some people do prefer a Porsche in red, so you have that as well. The Carrera GTS 911. It's one of my favorite vehicles as well, by the way.
Well, it's definitely our dream cars. And in this case, you can't afford it in real. It's okay. You can get it in BGMI. But speaking of which, here, shots has been fired. It seems like Revenant Xspark, they got the first knock in. And that's going to be Punk. It gets a knock on who's GLITCHxREBORN. And the push comes through. And they are going to go for the slam here. As they are looking to try and convert this points in their favor. Jack's going to be holding the nades on the sides here. Ninja going to be using the hovercraft to keep tabs onto his dome here. Seems like there is 3 players there. Punk maybe in need of a little bit of a help there. Because Ninja, he's baiting so hard with the hovercraft, but it is smoking. As GLITCHxREBORN wants to try and save the teammate, but it's going to be very tricky here. Nades being lobbed over, but Jax gets the nade on Punk, a huge one. And now Ninja has to back off. Where's the rest of Revenant Xspark? Punk gets confirmed there.
Here they arrive, by the way. Pain in the backlines, nades being cooked up. GLITCHxREBORN, that's been a good start for them. They've lost a player, but it's still fine. Ninja Jot in the close lines with the nade itself. That is not good news. Ninja Jot will be forced to make it a 2-0, but he confirmed the first one. Moves on to the shotgun. It's a 1v2 already for this lad, just showcasing his brilliance, keeping it calm under pressure. GLITCHxREBORN, they are in shambles. And now the cavalry comes through as well. Revenant Xspark. They've lost their IGL up front. The nade goes through. It's a 1v3 for Ninja. No, wait, it's actually confirmed by Pain. But doesn't really matter. 4 eliminations in the bag. A little bit of rivalry as well being brewing up between Revenant Xspark and Rivalry Esports as well. So, Rivalry Esports just moving around, lingering right around Revenant Xspark. I want to know your thoughts. Can there be a third party?
Well, there could be, but at the same time, Ninja Jaw, that was an insane hold coming from him. He single-handedly had 1v2 with the shorties, and then on the last guy, he needed the guy with the assist, allowing Pain to take the final shot to get that confirmation here. What a run Ninja Jaw has been playing this round. Meanwhile, on screen now, we do see Gods for a reason. Now, having a little bit of scuffle as they do pick a player off on the side, and that's going to be Doxy. He's about to bleed out. And it's going to go down there. It's going to be a point in the hands of Gods for a reason. And like you said, the circle is going to force them to actually push in towards the outskirts of shelter. So we are going to be expecting a lot of open fuse battle here. Gods for a reason going to be taking a pit stop onto his shelters first. FS tried to get center control, but it's not exactly great. Farm is pretty much exposed as well. But now Gods for a reason, they are going to be taking jabs onto his Aura. Aura looking for the slam. Spirit first gets the first knock on Shockwave now.
He's down already. Look at Syed, look at the rest of the comrades. They are looking to double down on that one player. But here comes G4R and Ragnar from top. Height advantage topography to work with. Alright, Esports, all of a sudden, they've just been wiped off. They have been eliminated.
What a defense coming from Gods for a reason. Aura. They really needed to go in for the slam, but unfortunately just got picked off and unlucky.
But my question is, IC, did they really need to go in for the slam? Because there was no real benefit out of it. Gods for a reason. For sure, they were taking those spray downs, but it could have been an avoidable fight, in my opinion.
Well, it could have been. You know, I think I'm on the same page as you, considering that they already fired the first shot. They could have just dodged away.
Yeah.
And they took a very risky gamble to try and slam in, and then the moment they did, they just couldn't find an opening or a trade just because Spirit's just so deep down the rabbit hole. And it was such an awkward fight as well. But still, a win is still a win for Gods for a reason. Unfortunately for Aura, it's down in the gutter for them. Gotta try the next game.
Could try the next game, but this time though, it will be Oishani Esports and Metal Esports who are duking it out. You've got Pradhan up in the front lines. Oishani Esports looking to make that Pounds looking close in the distance, but it is a 2-2 split that they have deployed, which goes to show that, yes, a couple of those utilities will be exchanged, but no real slamming comes in from Oishani Esports at least. Towards the distance, you do have Vasista Esports, who are towards the central reaches of the circle. And this circle forces you out in the open. You don't really have a lot of covers. Teams towards the center, teams who will be looking to hold on to those shelter tunnels. And G4R, they're doing so already. FS Esports as well in the midst of things. They are going to be inside the circle, not G4R. Have a look at this. Vasista Esports taking shots against Versatile right now.
Oh boy, speaking of them taking shots, they have to be a little bit careful now because the circle does force them to head down south. They are going to be able to keep the teams on the north side, but the problem is they need to rotate in down south. And it seems like the circle may be forcing in towards a split between Milta and also Farm region here. So it's a very, very different terms of playstyle. Troy Tamilan Esports has one of very, very good compounds to work with just because, number one, not a lot of contact to be slamming them from the south or at least from the south, I would say. But from the west and east, there is going to be heavy fires here. And any team tries to go in for direct slam or Troy Tamilan Esports is going to get their backs completely shot. So Troy Tamilan Esports, prime position to fend off everybody right now.
Talking about the circle, I'm not really sure about the east side, but for sure from the west, there's going to be a lot of heavy shots coming through Medal Esports and Oishani Esports. There's a fight which will dictate who controls that western flank of the circle. Medal Esports looking to fall back, not really the best of positions you want to be in. Also not ideal to show your back to a fight like that, but Oishani Esports couldn't really converge right in time. They will have to wait for this fight to begin once again. Shots did come in from Scream, but Medal Esports just get away to safety right in the nick of time. To the south side, of course, you've got the likes of 4 Wolves, who we did mention, IC, are in that position where a comeback is certainly possible, but they need that big game. They need that chicken dinner with at least 10 elimination points to propel themselves inside the top 8.
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation here for 4 Wolves. They have to get out. They're not exactly in position as well. They're getting gate-kept by Eggy. Eggy's got a full 4-man roster completely marking them as well. It seems like they are going to go for the slam. Nope, they are going to try and make a dodge here. Seems like the first one is true. The second one comes in as well, but no connections, no knocks here. So they are going to crash onto each other now.
And Eggy Gaming, they are dealing with the defense really well so far. Nades being lobbed in so that 4 Wolves cannot invade into the compound, and damage has been dished. But Eggy, they are quite split. Just 2 players inside of the compound. Now that can be the detrimental factor. As one of the players just jumps down, it is going to be Troy who takes that risk. I'm not sure if he can come out on the right end of it. Immortal has been knocked down. Eggy Gaming having the upper hand in this fight. 4 Wolves for sure. They are struggling. The smokes aren't really protecting them as bodies keep falling. Eggy Gaming from all sides, they do converge. And this is a good fight that they are converting in their favor. Look at this. The floor is a lava. There's smokes right up front. Visibility has been blocked. You have been trapped, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no, not looking good. Another knock here coming from Eggy. Eggy has completely shut down on 4 Wolves. 4 Wolves leaving only 1 player left. And he's going to be stuck outside. They hear him out of footsteps and he's going to get sprayed down. And just like that, Eggy Gaming, they get 4 points in the bag. A bad call coming from 4 Wolves. But a very, very nice defense coming from Eggy Gaming here. They capitalized on them, did not give them the time and the space to reset. And just like that, they wiped up. Very, very good hole. However, now let's talk a little bit more on towards the north side. Learn from past, they have been on a hunting spree. This time, they are going to be the hunted as Vasista Esports gets the first knock in. But a nice trade there to quite an equalize, but they're still outside the zone. Dermy slowly chipping away as Vasista Esports wraps around here to try and bait them out.
High flyer inside of this lobby so far. Dermy has been brilliant, but have a look at this nade that comes through. Dermy gets knocked out. Learn from past in a world of trouble. Vasista Esports, brilliant recovery in that fight. Their player was the first one to actually get knocked out, but now have a look at this. They are looking so supreme control. They've got the hole, they've got the smokes as well, and through it, it is Vasista Esports who found their shots being connected. A couple of the players from Learn from Past, they're still holding, but that is a wrong move coming in from Cheyenne. Honey, of course, will still keep up the pressure. 3 players from Learn from Past were alive, but through the smoke, it is going to be Some who finds that knock. Vasista Esports, now that is a fight under pressure that you are controlling. This is good signs for them, by the way.
Yeah, Learn from past. Seems like they were put at a disadvantage here, but Vasista overextended and got punished heavily for this, and now they're trying to bait it out for Saw May. In this 2v3 situation, With Honey being knocked out to the zone, a stage 4-1 at that as well, they have to get out of it. They could have just waited things out, but it seems like Vasista Esports, they're greedy for those points, and Hector finds another point. But as of yet, does he have the meds to push through is going to be the question here. It's 2 first aid kits left. Zone slowly hurting them. But Vasista Esports, they equalize 2 for 2 trade. But now, the bigger question here is, how do they push into the zone? That's a very, very, I would say, risky play there. Coming from both Vasista Esports and Learn From Past.
It can be risky if they do circle around towards Eggy Gaming, who are moving in towards Revenant Xspark. One of the players has been knocked down. The reset is there, but look at the push that comes to shove. It is Eggy Gaming coming in from all windows. Trace God find the first knock. That is a brilliant slam control. But this player, not really a lot of HP to work with. Barely anything. And Revenant Xspark, they get eliminated. Eggy Gaming showing form as well as a lot of patience. But have a look at this. Vasista Esports, they come chiming in. It is Eggy Gaming who are going to be falling. The timing of the third party, absolutely brilliant right there. The day that's connect. Not really Vasista Esports. They run ruckus with the side of Eggy Gaming. That was a brilliant fight.
Perfect timing from Vasista Esports as well. They were looking for space outside the zone as well. They had the skirmish from Learn From Past. As soon as they heard this commotion, it was a very risky gamble, but it was a calculated as well. Because why push a team that is fully healthy when we can just third party them and take their space? And this is exactly what they did. Eggy, they weren't prepared for this third party, and they just got completely wiped off. Yes, Eggy may have won that initial fight, but Vasista Esports was able to capitalize on them while they were not prepared to defend. So good call there, coming from Salme. And just like that, they live to tell another tale. Meanwhile, Circle seems to be shifting on towards the south side of farm. It is divided by north and south here, towards the shorelines and also the farm open fields. Jux going to be hugging the shorelines outside the zone, and this time they have to push on to destroy Tamilan Esports. And as you can see, the Circle Oxen is already having a very strong sentry point on the southeast corner on those compounds, away from every single team.
Yeah, and I guess he will be able to gatekeep the lags from Jux Esports as well. I still can't wrap my head around that fight where Eggy Gaming just absolutely lost against Vasista. I mean, that was a brilliant push against Revenant Xspark. We saw the slam in. It was brilliant. The way you tackle the table toppers just goes to show amount of firepower that you have. But then Vasista Esports, the technicality in that third party was brilliant. The timing of the push, the way Somme and Hector played off the back of each other. But nonetheless, we move on to another fight. Tamilan Esports and Jux Esports duking it out. They do have the upper hand. And now they've got the numbers advantage as well. It's just one player who goes up top. The shotgun strikes. One finish in the bag. Jux Esports are looking to hold on to this position. But Hesperos, I guess he will be looking to nullify. Superb has been taken down. A little bit of explosions happening as well. The fire can just got exploded. But that's still fine. Tamilan Esports, they are looking quite safe and dandy.
What an awkward fight to be in here, especially for Hesperos now. He is getting hunted down. But no, he holds down the fort. He gets the first down, immediately repositions here. Niku now down, backs against the wall, but eventually gets picked off. Because now Vasista Esports, they were able to pick off Niku from the sides to help. The third parties, the snatches coming from Vasista Esports has been on point. But this gives Tamilan Esports a small little reset to work with. But as of yet, a lot of noise has been made across the map, and Vasista Esports, they're trying to capitalize on people's chaos to get some points, and it's been working out. Salme and Hector, 2 against the world right now.
I think I'm on the same page as you. You mentioned it correctly. Vasista Esports just being chaos inside of the lobby so far. Spots are a team in trouble. They're the first ones to arrive. Not to help, but to capitalize on it. Hector and Salme, this switch up in strategy has kind of been working out, especially since they lost their first 2 players up against Learn From Past. But we move back to that highlight. Rivalry Esports, that was a good compound defense, by the way. We have seen Clouds being extremely brilliant in those occasions, and we did see that wraparound coming in from their side as well. Altitude just surviving with their 2 players. But now, it is stage 5. We are here with 7 teams and 18 players inside of the lobby so far. Versatile. They've been rather quiet inside of the lobby so far. They've lost 2 players already, 3 finishers on the board, but they have center control. Can they translate it to numbers on the board will be my question, I see.
I think they've done a fantastic job surviving all the way to the last stage, right? Considering that they lost 2 players right from the get-go from learn from their past.
Yeah.
And for them to survive as a duo and reaching towards this point and still getting a decent amount of finishes, I think that's still a win. However, now with this circle showing in place, which gives Vasista a very strong position to gatekeep teams coming from the north side. But the problem is, can you hold down the fort with just 2 players? That's a tricky one to be in. We saw how Altitude held it down, got slammed against Rivalry Esports. They still lost 2 players. So I would say this 2 compounds is not exactly strong.
Absolutely. I mean, the one point which I want to touch upon with you over there was Versatile. They are in a compound which will be loved by Oishani and FS both. That is going to be one of the hottest pieces of real estate. And being a 2-man squad, I'm not sure if Oishani and FS Esports can, if they can handle the pressure coming in from these 2 lineups. Because especially with the numbers being in their favor, I think they've done a brilliant job. But ladies and gentlemen, if you do have pressure as well and you want to release it, make sure you upgrade to the Royal Pass so that the pressure can also translate to a lot of swagger as well. The Rebel Rogue Fox and the DP28 included as just one of the pieces in this beautiful Royal Pass. Make sure you get one for yourself. But coming back to esports, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Oishani Esports right now. Scream does spot the lads from FS Esports who try to make that big slam in, and Sarvit in the middle of nowhere will get engulfed by Vasista. That is one more finish in their bag. Vasista Esports, they are being the villains inside of the lobby so far, I see, and they're doing a good job with it.
Yeah, they are definitely ruining games for people as well. They're intentionally staying outside the zone to punish people rotating. And guess what? FS Esports was the one that gets punished. Saume now finally makes a move forward, and Altitude will be trying to fend them off here. But as of yet, FS Esports, they're stuck in a rock and a hard place here. Saume looking for off angles here, but gets sprayed down by Saume. What a shot! And now Hector goes under the nade, gets the confirmation. This split from Vasista Esports, this duo is unstoppable at this point. Hector and Saume just causing chaos throughout the entirety map, and finally Hector goes down, but gets spotted out by Tamilan Esports as well as they chime in to help them. They do not get the knock on Hector, but they do help wipe out FS Esports.
Versatile right now. They are in a world of trouble as well by themselves. Saume, the last man who is still standing, I don't think he's got a chance. Will try to reposition, of course. He did hear the gunshots coming in from Tamilan, and his position has been marked. The utility that comes through, the smokes that have been displayed, I guess Tamilan Esports will be looking to get off the mark. They have got 5 eliminations for themselves already, but they want entirety of that Eastern control. And in doing so, you have to take this lone strangler out, Saume. How long will these smokes protect his positioning? Can any of his nades connect on top of Tamilan? Can he get an opening? Big questions being asked, of course, but Tamilan, they keep on putting up that pressure, piling up the pressure on top of Saume.
A very tough spot to be in here, at least for him, but all things considered, he's got 5 finishes, which is great. But again, the circle forces Tamilan Esports to say, you know what, we've got to think a bigger picture right now. Hunting Saume is the least of our problems right now.
Also, by the way, there's a surprise inside of our Stage 7, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the first times we've seen Medal Esports so deep inside of the map. But they have gotten themselves 4 eliminations. If not 4, I guess just 1 elimination to work with. But they are surviving with 3 players. So finally, we get to see Medal Esports in the endgame circle.
Well, the only way they need those points here is that they wipe everybody in this lobby and then get a chicken dinner. Again, the dream seems impossible, but every single game chicken dinners with 10 finishes for Medal Esports gives them a fighting chance to fight for the top 8. A near impossible task, especially with Saume right now going absolutely bonkers. Now, in this was top 5, Vasista Esports, he has pretty much dropped his back to try and sneak his way in. Unfortunately for Saume, his position might be exposed to Oishani right here with Ghostface on top of the roofs from afar. And even current OP is going to be looking at his vicinity. Has to find a way to sneak in here for Saume, but seems to be very, very difficult to do so considering that the circle is getting closer. And Medal Esports right now, they have to make the first move. This might be the opportunity for Saume to sneak in if Metal Esports distracts for the team, but I don't think Somi really knows this.
I mean, certainly not now, but once Metal Esports starts moving along the map, I guess Some will have the intel, and that would be his go call. But I think it's a brilliant opportunity for the likes of Altitude as well as Oishani Esports to kind of keep up the pressure, maybe get some points on board. Oishani, brilliant connection on top of Metal Esports. One of their players going down, Ghostface up top, looking to double down as well. Now this is good hold coming in from Oishani Esports. They've got themselves the topography, they've got themselves the formations as well. Surviving with all three players, they've got an opportunity for a big chicken, but so can be said for Troy Tamilan, who don't really need this, by the way. They've hit 160 points already. They are quite safe on the overall standings, but why not trouble the rest of the teams inside of the lobby? For Team Altitude, who are at the mid pack, I guess this game is going to be ever so crucial.
Yeah, it is truly, truly important here, for at least for Altitude to secure a chicken dinner. They're the only ones that is not picking out, while everybody else is looking either on Metal or Somme. And so far, because of Metal's small little integration, you can see that every single team looking in that direction, Somme has somehow snuck in towards the next phase of zone. But right now, with this next circle shift, it actually shifts on towards Altitude. So Somme needs to cross the road. That means Troy Tamilan Esports has to clear off Somme and then push into his Altitude.
Yeah.
If not, they are going to risk getting shot by Somme later on.
100% agree with you there. I think Altitude Esports, the compounds that they are holding, it's God's blessing for them. The only team inside of the circle, by the way, who has sort of any sort of concrete covers, and they can make so good use of it. Can rack up the finishes, but for now they are under fire. In fact, they are going to be in for a slamming as well as Troy Tamilan. They come knocking on their doors. It is going to be Spotter up top. Certain needs can fly in, but that fight will get delayed for a while as Troy Tamilan, they look to first flush these players out with utility. Prime OG cooking up his own nade, but can he land that on the money is the question. Ooh. As the first one connects, Spotter gets taken down, just one player surviving. Prime OG, I don't really think nothing much can be done. Troy Tamilan, the numbers game and their offense is just too strong.
Oh no, Prime OG, he's burning. He's about to get wiped as well as Troy Tamilan Esports takes him out. They get the God spot here, and Oishani, the last team remaining for Troy Tamilan Esports to secure the winner-winner chicken dinner. And as of yet, Oishani, circle not favoring them. They're still across the road, and they need to find a way to cross this.
The stark difference in the caliber between Troy Tamilan and Altitude was just visible over there. Not a single shot was fired, but still the utility was so precise that Altitude just could not do anything. Troy Tamilan and Oishani, by the way, they go head-to-head. It is going to be a 3v3, both at the edge of the circle as the blue pushes down Oishani Esports. It's in for the Grand Slam, ladies and gentlemen. Troy Tamilan Esports can defend off this offense. Big question as Aiden cooks up the nade, needs to land it right on the money. Ghostface can be in the midst of a fight, but it's Karan who explodes Troy Tamilan. They have the opening.
Yep, and that's the opener here, 3v2. They trade 1-for-1. Hesperos is down, now becomes a 2v2. Another nade comes in, gets the confirmation, but Aiden gets taken out. What a nade coming in from Oishani. And now Oxen, he is down towards a 1-versus-2 situation. Oxen looking to try and pick up Aiden. What seemed to be a win for Troy Tamilan Esports with a flip of script now comes down towards a 1-versus-1. Ghostface versus Oxen now.
It is a 1v1 for sure, and Oxen, stats show that he is one of the best players inside of this lobby so far. Can he hold on to that mantle will be a question. It's a 1v1, ladies and gentlemen, as these weapons unleash themselves. The DBS does not strike. It is a chicken dinner for Oishani Esports as Troy Tamilan Esports, they get toppled down. And now finally we do get to see these teams from the bottom half coming in with a rebellious performance.
A very important game for Oishani Esports here. A clutch coming from Ghostface that gave them the win there. The counter nades to catch both Hesperos and also Oxen was just phenomenal here. Well, Oxen was the last one defending here, but Troy Tamilan Esports, they've lost two with a small little mistake despite having a fantastic hold. So I would say it was a game of luck, but in the end, you know, Ghostface just had the upper hand.
It certainly was a game of luck for sure, but You know, when the circle is forcing you out to come out of your position the first time, and then you are the ones who are making the push, it's extremely difficult. Statistically speaking, I've never really seen a team do well in those offensive situations, especially when the final circle arrives. But then the utility usage that we saw was brilliant. Tamilan, they were forced out of their compounds as well by the blue zone, which resulted in these nades connecting Aiden as well as one more man, Hesperos, you mentioned correctly. These are the two players who fell almost instantly. And then, of course, in the 1v1, there was still an opportunity for Oxen to kind of turn this around, but then the DBS just does not strike so much in the latest update at such a range. You have to resort to your assault rifles. Nothing said can be done.
You know, Tamilan Esports, they pretty much got them completely gatekeeped as well. They have perfect information to lob those nades, and the moment they got the knock, and Ghostface was able to trade off Aiden off the grenade knocks as well, making those 1v1, gave him an opportunity. Because if that nade did not knock Aiden, things would have went south for Oishani Esports.
Things would have actually gone south, but things have actually gone south for a lot of these teams. Metal Esports, they finally had a positioning inside of the final circle after such a long time. I kind of felt somewhere or rather could have been a game where they could have gotten themselves a few points, maybe to prepare themselves for the next rounds, but that was not the case at all, I see.
Yeah, that was definitely not the case. And hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here. But again, mathematically for Metal Esports, they've done okay, but they need 10 finishes and a chicken dinner from this point onwards.
You know, credit has to be given to Vasista Esports as well, because after the loss of their first two players, the way Sawma and Hector held on the fort was brilliant. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, points to be discussed, but that will only happen on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 The Grind Phase, and my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the English commentaries for today itself here, and this is going to be Group C. We saw a little bit of a victory lap here coming from Oishani Esports with a very interesting clutch here of 1 versus 1 between Ghostface and also Oxen, and Ghostface coming out on top gives Oishani the chicken dinner and also a fighting chance to fight for the top 8.
Exactly.
Necro, what do you think?
Exactly, that's what I was literally about to say. Now this chicken dinner is going to give at least another ray of hope that Oishani Esports might just still have a chance to make it to top 8. But let's be honest, there's still a lot of points they need to try and recover from, and Oishani Esports getting this chicken dinner with not a lot of points, that maybe will be counting in the overall standings for the better, but just imagine, now they need the same sort of performance twice in the upcoming games.
Well, speaking of games here, if you guys want to have a little bit of a slick look inside the games here, you guys gotta check out the frozen flora that is currently in game itself. Be sure to check it out right now and look at this game. Look on the right. It looks good, right? Get it.
Good.
Just do it.
It looks absolutely fantastic.
Exactly. Stay cool, stay icy, stay frosty. Just get it. And enjoy yourself in the game.
I'm pretty sure they are probably trying their best to get their hands on that skin. But yeah, back towards that conversation, right? Oishani Esports with this chicken dinner will be uplifting themselves a little bit in the overall standings. But as I mentioned, just one good performance, just one burst of good performance is not going to do it. You need probably 2 more games with such sort of performance to at least propel yourself around the top 8.
Now, speaking of the top 8 here, before that, let's talk about the MVP of that match. This has to be Sawmade as well, because Vasista Esports, they have been messing around and causing chaos for a lot of the teams, which resulted in them making it to the top 5. But Sawmade, he single-handedly gotten himself 5 finishes with his rush alongside Hector in a majority of these games. But joining him as the top players as well, we have Gumla Boy coming from Eggy, who also has 5 finishes. We have Oxin coming from Tamilan Esports with 4 finishes, and High Scream coming from Scream from Oishani with 4 finishes. So this is going to be a very crucial one, especially for Oishani. With 4 finishes from him means that there is more points than that. It's not just like a small amount. I think they might have gotten 10 finishes in total.
Yeah, probably. If that's a 20-point chicken dinner, then that's a really good thing for them. And yes, it is actually going to be a 20-point chicken dinner for Oishani Esports. But still, that does not really change anything, right? As I mentioned, they still would need 2 more big games just like this, and then maybe they can propel themselves around the top 8. Looking at the points table, you also do see Tamilan Esports with quite a stable performance once again, 14 points in total. You've also got Vasista Esports with 10, Altitude getting 7, learn from past once again, that consistency is maintained. Eggy Gaming, not that good of a performance, but still 7 points is going to count as something. But Metal Esports with these 5 points, at least it's a step in the right direction.
It's a step in the right direction, because I did a little bit of math here with Salty as well, because based on this current standing as well, they've got 6 matches to go. In order for them to stand a chance for the top 8, which is trying to match Jux, they need about 90 points. So that means in 6 games, they need 20 points per game to even have a shot.
No way.
At least. And with that game, well, I'm sorry, Metal Esports, they're pretty much out on the running here for top 8.
It's just not possible. Metal Esports is now here playing the games just to get better. Let's be honest. They're just here to sharpen their skills, here to sharpen their game awareness, and then maybe in the upcoming round 1, Metal Esports can try and make a bounce back overall in the main BGIS event. You look at the overall standings for this entire group as well. Now we pretty much know the top 5 is solid and secured. Maybe you can also say FS Esports is pretty much secured. Teams like VXT and Jux Esports, still their head's going to be on the swivel.
Yep. Speaking of swivels here, Oishani with that chicken dinner pushes them into the 82 mark ballpark. So that means they need 2 more big games, and they should be able to have a shot to take down Jux here. And again, in 5 games, anything can happen as well. I would say statistically, 5 games means 5 more slots available to push into the top 8 here. So the bottom 5 of the top 8 still has to be a little bit consistent here if they want to stand a chance to retain those spots, especially from Jux, because they are the gatekeepers as of yet.
I guess the concerning part over here has to be around teams like 4 Wolves, Rivalry Esports, and even Aura Esports. They're just stuck in that spot. They're constantly dipping down in positions in the overall standings, while teams like Eggy Gaming, they're slowly and steadily making a bit of that bounce back in the overall standings. And for teams like Aura Esports, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with them. We're just not really seeing them too much on the screen for us to make any sort of strong statements.
You know, I was very surprised on how Aura played that game as well, because they tried to go for a rush and just got immediately wiped off. They actually pushed towards shelter and then just got completely slammed by Gods for Reigns, which again, this is not the Aura I know of, because Aura, they do love gatekeeping people, and for them to slam and just get wiped like that, it was just very unfortunate.
And even Rivalry Esports is not able to get a lot of points in these games, right? Rivalry Esports, they bare minimum need 1 decent game with maybe 20 points in total, or maybe 25 points in that 1 game, and then you can say Rivalry Esports will stand a chance. The same thing can be said for Aura Esports as well. They need 1 massive game.
Yeah, they definitely need a massive game here. But without further ado, let's jump in towards the game here, because this is going to be their map of Miramar happening right on screen right now.
The planes in the skies once again for the first time in today's day for Group C. As we've got the deserty lands booting up on the screen, and this time the plane flat path starting all the way from the prison island towards the opposite side, which is going to be Tierra Bronca. Now this plane flat path heavily tilted on the bottom right. If the teams do want to move around El Pozo, Crater Fields, La Cabrera, that's going to be an extremely long stretch.
Now, speaking of a long stretch here, let's talk about the map standings for this map here. Learn from Past is the team that has dominated in this game in the map of Miramar with 52 points. But let's talk about the teams in the bottom, especially for Oishani here. Look at this. They've got 24 finish points in the map of Miramar, but in terms of positioning, they just could not convert those games. And even in yesterday's games as well, we saw Oishani hold a compound and defended themselves against 2 teams and wiping them off as well. So I think based on the chicken dinner here, especially for Oishani, they stand a very decent shot to actually rack up some serious points. And only, and I mean only if, they start getting those position points and basically making those final 5, get those chicken dinners, and then rack up those points at the same time.
Jux Esports colliding towards La Trilera. Then you've also got another team right next to Jux Esports, and that's going to be GLITCHxREBORN. Maybe a chance for these two teams to actually go for a pit stop clash. Definitely a big possibility. There's so many teams around Los Leones, especially around the southern side. Rivalry Esports, even Altitude is right next to each other. And then you've also got Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports once again locking horns. Vasista Esports in the previous game did pretty good. But Revenant Xspark right now maybe just want to get their revenge against the players of Vasista Esports. This time they do not want to let them go.
This is by far the most repeated rivalry all week so far. But seems like Revenant Xspark, they get the first knock, and that's going to be beast down as of yet, as they continue on their engagement and encounters here. And Saw May gets the trade on towards Pain. Punk looking for the trade, and Vasista Esports now they are down 3 players. Revenant Xspark needs to go in for the reset. And Hector, last man standing from Vasista Esports, tries to push up here, sees the off angle, tries to bait it off. NINZA reloading the shotgun here, trying to capitalize on this, and they get wiped here. Revenant Xspark wins the engagement once more. This time, it's no longer slow and methodical. It's quick, precise, and very quick.
For Revenant Xspark, they needed this. Their Spark was missing out on this entire drop location, but now once again, they win the drop clash. And for Vasista Esports, it's going to be a reality check. With 144 points, in my opinion, Vasista Esports, they still haven't really secured that proper slot in top 8. I personally think you at least need 150 plus in this group to be around that safety bracket. And you can look at the players of Revenant Xspark carrying the death crates, and I'm sure they're going to do something similar.
Revenant Xspark, they literally carried all the bodies of Vasista Esports. Oh no. What are they going to do? Where are they sending them off?
Oh,
where are they going?
I want to know it as well. What are they going to do with this one?
Wait a minute. Revenant Xspark, no. Get out of my city, they say. Okay. My God! Oh, what? No, not like this. They threw him in the toilet. Oh! Revenant Xspark.
God.
Oh no, here comes the boat dance as well. Revenant Xspark.
Revenant Xspark. They just did him dirty. Carried their death crates, put them in the toilet, shot those death crates, and then did the boat dance.
Oh, this
is what you like to see, though. This is what you like to see.
This is the statement Revenant Xspark has just made. Vasista Esports, you belong in the toilet bowl. Oh my goodness. What a statement. Well, truth be told, they are sick of Vasista Esports. Like, Revenant Xspark has encountered them for so long to a point that, come on guys, stop crashing us.
I mean, the same thing can be said from Vasista Esports as well, right? Even they have been encountering Revenant Xspark for such a long time in Picado.
They've lost so many fights, and the only times, like, I wouldn't say the only times, the few times that they have won was because they were third party because of FS Esports. They were third party by somebody else from Medal initially as well. That's why they lost. But if not, Revenant Xspark has won the hit-to-hit.
Yeah.
A majority of the times.
It's one of those BMs that was pretty much going to happen anyways. Either from Vasista Esports or from Revenant Xspark, but it is Revenant Xspark to do it. And yeah, of course, you gotta love those BMs. That is what really keeps the competition spicy. And now this rivalry between Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports, I'm sure it's gonna be going on for months or maybe not years. So yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of clips, huh?
Of course it's gonna be a lot of clips. All over social media, it's gonna be posted by even the overall media channels. So yeah, it is gonna happen.
Boy. Anyways, moving on. Of course, there is still going to be 15 teams still fighting for a shot for the top 8. Revenant Xspark, they're very comfortable on top. But Vasista Esports, they're, well, the first team taken out. But 144 points, they should be in the clear as well because the expected cutoff is somewhere going to be 125 points to 130 points. So technically, they should be safe unless, well, in this case, teams in the middle here, especially for FS, Versatile, Jux, Altitude, Eggy, 4 Wolves have a massive game in this game. Then Vasista Esports might be in a little bit of trouble.
The cutoff can definitely rise up. It really comes down to these teams, right? Especially the teams in the middle pack. If there's no vacuum from the top of the board, if there's no vacuum anywhere around the top, then the mid pack will definitely start to rise. And that's when the cutoff as well might just go up. I personally think it's still better to be on the safety side of the spectrum and get 150 points. And then you can be completely safe. And it's just the second last game of the day. They've still got one more game to go. So Vasista Esports, they can definitely try and recalibrate and make a comeback. Rivalry Esports on the screen with 0 finishes. It's been a little bit of a slow start, but having a look at the replay of that entire fight once again. Yeah, for Vasista Esports, things were a little bit bad. The way the fight started, it's unfortunate one of the players did not even have any weapons to defend himself. And for Revenant Xspark, they just moved in, they had better weaponries, and they were the one who come out on top.
Yep. But at the same time as well, Hector got baited by the reload coming from the Ninja. Like, knowing that Ninja Jot, he wanted to reload the S12K, and immediately Hector tried to swing him, expecting some sort of a reaction, but no, Ninja Jot just held that angle. He couldn't push through. With this first shot, immediately Ninja punished him as well, knowing for a fact that he could not reset as well from Hector. So, small little integrations, or I would say minor audio cues to capitalize on, which makes a difference, a stark difference between a good player and a great player.
Oishani Esports. Oh, those shots. Not exactly finding anything yet. It's the players of 4 Wolves who are currently slipping away in the overall standings. But hey, something that's going to make sure that you're not going to slip in your games is also going to be this beautiful Porsche skin. The 911 Carrera GTS is my personal favorite. You guys can head inside of the game and try and get your hands on one of these.
Well, speaking of the Porsche as well, guess what? There's 4 models in it. You can choose however you want. It's amazing. You know, if you can't get a real-life Porsche, I'm not saying everybody can afford it, but a majority of us, including myself, cannot afford it in real. You know where I can afford it? Inside BGMI.
Exactly. At least you can brag about it, that you are a Porsche owner. But Revenant Xspark, after eliminating Vasista Esports, and yeah, just to let you guys know, that elimination right there against Vasista Esports, it's going to be remembered for years to come. There's going to be a lot of clips, of course, even the media channels posting it, even these guys posting it on their own handles, everyone just clipping it, creating memes about it. I'm sure Vasista Esports is not someone that's going to let go of Revenant Xspark just like that now.
We're going to have a rematch later, huh?
Yeah.
100%.
Upcoming game, it will be a rematch.
Well, speaking of a rematch here, let's take a look at the circle. This circle seems to be a little bit of a weird one, in my opinion, here. Because I haven't seen this circle this entire 2 weeks so far. And now shots have been made here coming from FS Esports. They have control the north side, and Versatile now having a lot of troubles here and try to rotate and find themselves a good spot. But guess what? From one end, you ran away from FS Esports, now right in the hands of Oishani Esports, who's got them completely pinned. They've got the high ground drop on them as well. Their vehicle's pretty much exposed on multiple fronts. And Oishani may consider actually taking them out.
Learn from past. Those shots taken against Gods for Reason. And Gods for Reason as well. Pretty quick on their feet, instantly get back in the vehicles, try to make an escape. But still one of the players who was caught. Learn from past. They had that man surrounded completely and Gods for Reason. Losing one of the men in such an awkward place. There's no way the man's going to be back up on his feet. So yeah, it's better to just focus on your rotation and your better future. For Learn from past, that's one free elimination point gotten.
Now, speaking of elimination gone right now, Revenant Xspark, they may have had their fun. This time, they are going to be having a little bit of run in here with Tamilan Esports. And FS Esports from the other side has been pummeling onto his Tamilan Esports. Revenant Xspark, they might put in a wrench onto his Tamilan Esports now, if they want to. FS no connections, and now Pain, here he comes. They put the wrench in. That's going to be Oxen knocked and confirmed. There we go. Perfect timing for Revenant Xspark. And now Tamilan Esports, they realize they've been boxed in. No way out. but doesn't realize that Pain is all by himself here. Revenant Xspark just spreading out. And this time he's going to be the one scouting for the team instead for Punk. Seems like they have swapped their roles.
Seems like Trace and Ninja might be having some issues, but yeah, Pain right now, he needs to be the stabilizer. Revenant Xspark with only 2 active players. Let's see how the decision-making is going to be. Altitude. It's been a slow start. It is one of those teams that is making that comeback on the 9th spot. Just one more spot left to breach inside of that top 8, and Altitude can definitely do it. Jux Esports on the bottom left. The next zone's going to be taking a shift around Minas Generalis. There's VXT right in the smack center. You've also got Metal Esports with a decent spot. FS Esports on the top left. All the 4 players grouped up just in that one building.
I think now, especially for FS, they have a decent, okay spot to work with, but fending off everybody else is going to be tough because Oishani's got the highest ground at this point. And every single team, they have to drive past them. So that's going to be a tricky situation here. And with this circle, there's not really a lot of huge divides here. So FS Esports, they should be able to hold on because they are on the safer side of the zone, which is on the east side. Unless they get slammed here, but gods for a reason. Right now, they will be the ones to go in for the slam onto his VXT. They've lost one. Hexe going to be pushing from the side sprint. Gets picked off as well. He finds a trade, but he's all by himself. 1 versus 3 scenario now. As he tries to find a second pick, he goes for a jump shot. No connection so far. Free Fires comes through. Looking for a second. Gets dropped instead. And VXT, they will be able to hold on. That's going to be more points in the back and more supplies for Versatile.
Mistakes after mistakes. Gods for a reason. I'm not sure what exactly they wanted to do, but they were constantly finding their heads on the swivel. Got out of one trouble, found themselves in the next one. First they avoided, learned from past it. Now they were not able to avoid VXT because they just slammed their vehicles right next to him. We've also got the Finnish leaders on the screen. Revenant Xspark currently dominating, of course. It's not even a question. But Gods for a reason, to be honest, doing pretty good for themselves. Firepower's there. Rivalry Esports against the boys have learned from past. We talked about this. Rivalry Esports, they need any points they can get their hands on. They're struggling too much.
Yeah, they definitely are. Considering that Riders got 93 points. A chicken dinner here would give them a shot for the top 8. And right now, learn from past, they're going to be dropping nades on top of them. Likitha needs to be a little bit careful. Needs to back off further. Try and reset. Counter shots are coming in. But with the zone pinning them from the backs against the wall, it will eventually take them away. And learn from past, they're trying to capitalize on this with a couple straight nades. Franklin was spotted out. Pre-fires coming in from Honey. But Franklin, he needs to back off. Rook is going to be out in open. Gets exposed. Somehow survives it. But they're inside the zone. This is taking too long for both of these teams. But the stakes are so much higher here for Rivalry Esports.
The next zone's going to be taking a shift as well. And it's going to be extremely important. Learn from past. Somehow able to thread the needle over and over again. With these off angles they're creating, they're definitely catching the players of Rivalry Esports off guard. 3 more players still on their feet. Rivalry Esports, they haven't given up yet. Even Flex Shot gets caught. Rivalry Esports, it's a domino effect. They're making a lot of mistakes, unfortunately finding themselves out in the open. Surrounding awareness is lacking. They do not know where Learn from Past is creating the line of sights from. And these mistakes are really catching them off guard. Rivalry Esports, they're already down. They're already hurt too much. Flex Shot gets confirmed. Learn from past knows. Now the blue's doing too much damage. It does not make a lot of sense to stay out in the blue.
Yep, seems like they are going to bail as well. They know for a fact they can't be picked up after they get the initial knock inside the zone. It is stage 4. It is about to completely close in. But guess what? Altitude outside the zone. They were trying to rotate by and Rivalry Esports scouts them out. It seems like Rivalry Esports, they have just no way out. Altitude was just driving by outside this. Heard those shots, coincidentally found one player, and just like that, they get themselves a points. But again, the zone, it is going to hurt Clouds. He might be able to survive this, but with only one first aid kit left, he has to make a mad dash for the zone itself. Fortunately for him, he finds himself a vehicle, but right now, it's all in or nothing.
What? Altitude did not even get a single point.
Wait a minute. Learn from past. They've heard commotions and they've decided, you know what, let's tank the zone a little bit longer. and they find themselves another point, and that's going to be from the hands of Altitude.
Came back for the elimination points. 4 finishes in total, garnered by the players who learned from past around this vicinity. And yeah, they know this is pretty much like a gold mine. The points are constantly slipping in their account. They're probably not going to let go of this area just like that. Eggy Gaming on the other side. A bit of a passive approach. A team that likes to play aggressive. This time, Eggy's taking it calm and composed. Oishani Esports, that previous win, definitely gave a little bit of that wind to the sails. But the momentum, can they really carry on with it? Eggy, Troy, boys next to each other. Jux across the field. Even their spot is superb. Goes prone right behind that ridge. Altitude. Even they're inching in against the players of Eggy. I'm not a big fan of this approach from Altitude.
Yeah, there's nothing much he can do as well. He's all by himself. He was picked off. The rest of his teammates got picked off. He's trying to find a rad spot. Unfortunately, he didn't hear a couple of movements coming from Eggy. Immediately pivots for a different off angle here. I don't think this is in zone. This is barely right on the edge. I think he's going to be safe, but he's going to readjust. Meanwhile, Oishani, they have been on the tippity top of this mountain for the longest of time. But as you can see, every single player from Oishani is running low on ammunition. They've been zoning off every single team. But right now, they have to lay low. They have to conserve. And they only need to get confirmed finishes in order to get those points. Or maybe even find a way to restock right now.
GLITCHx. Even they're spotted. Oishani. This high ground they've got, it can give them so much intel. The backline's completely there, so it's not even an issue. They've got control over the back. So Minas Generalis is completely in their control. Revenant Xspark, they've got different stuff brewing up in their mind. They're too thirsty, and they want a few more elimination points. But Tamilan Esports, they saw this coming, and they pretty much just backed away.
Yeah, good call there to actually bail out of it. But at the same time, while they're bailing out here, they're running away from them. But who picked them up is going to be Rivalry Esports here. Skeleton gets the knock-on lens and gets the confirmation as well. Aiden pretty much left all by himself. He could not regroup in time. And this time, he is going to try and bait things out here. But I don't think Punk spotted him out. No, he did not see him as well.
Oh my God, wait, no, they did see him. They did see him. Punk spotted him with that TPP. And now it's going to be tossing an 8. There we go.
Okay.
Punk did see him, but he just did not want to risk his life because he knew that the opponent's got his hands on the shotgun.
Okay.
So instead, he gave the call out to his teammates to toss an 8 in that cartridge.
I thought he didn't see him, and that's why he ran back in. But, okay, seems like he did see him and checked. That's going to be a safe approach here. Revenant Xspark gobbles up the points. Tamilan Esports, they left their one man behind. Ran, lost not just one, lost both of them. But Tamilan Esports, they'll still have to survive this year with only Hesperus as the last player left on the finish status on the right side. But for Wolves now, they have a prime position to hold every single team from the east and the south side as well, based on the zone itself. As you can see, they have a pretty good spot to work with. Not a lot of cover, but they do have a lot of off angles to try to shoot people from.
On the other side, you've also got Middle Esports with the big split. They control a lot of the terrain as well. Aura Esports right next to them. FS Esports in a pretty good spot. They seem pretty good. Revenant Xspark around the bottom left. I'm pretty sure Revenant Xspark might just try to take a fight against FS Esports in the future lines. We had a conversation about how Oishani Esports had the high ground to play with, but Oishani Esports, one of the man messes up big time. But Ghostface, he's still got things under control as he shuts down that man from Altitude. Altitude done it, dusted. That was the final man, the final glimmer of hope standing. Eggy as well, they mess up big, as Ghostface did have the line of sight, and he shuts down both the players with that one single spray. And the last man, Eggy as well, gets caught by a third party.
This is huge. This is huge for Oishani. They needed this knock. And now they should be able to get the restock on those ammunition just now. As you can see, Dizzy is running down low. Only Scream had a decent amount of ammunition to work with. And with that knock, they should have a fighting chance to push through. But again, they're not exactly in the zone. Because inside the zone, especially from the east side here, look at this. Learn from past. They're trying to inch in. Aura going to be stuck out in the open. They don't really have a spot to try to defend this. But learn from past, they are going to commit to the fight. Smokes has been dropped. And Aura says, you know what? Might as well fight. But Shockwave, he got picked from 4 Wolves on the other side as well. Not a great spot to be in here, especially for Aura.
Oh no. Honey, that was not so sweet. Was able to squeeze in that knock, but Honey himself is now taking a lot of damage. Utilities tossed around that smoke. There's that one man from the side of Aura, which is Zen. He tried to create the off angle. He tried to wrap up all the way from the back and get the high ground, but instead, he messes up big time. It's learned from past you were talking about, and this is one of those teams that is extremely good when it comes to playing defense, and they easily obliterate the opponents.
Wow. Learn from past, just showing us a gameplay that is just leagues above the rest. The confidence shown from them. When the back's against the wall, this is how you hold against the defense. And just like that, Aura gets picked off with the help of 4 Wolves alongside them, pushing them through. But it's not truly over as well. But guess what? Oishani, a team that needed some points in this game, getting eliminated despite having the chicken dinner from previous game here. And in one fell swoop, everybody needs to run out in the open. We're down to the last 7 team. And Revenant Xspark, they're also going to be in engagement here with Jux Esports as they try to skirm their way inside the zone. 3 teams coming outside the zone from the south side. Jux Esports smoking up in front of them. And Revenant Xspark, now Trace, he's going to try and go for a lucky nade here. No connection.
A chance for a skirmish to happen. And Jux, this time playing it a little bit laid back. The position they've got, it definitely does seem like Jux Esports might have the advantage, but all it takes is that one nade, that one precise nade, that's going to turn the tide. But instead, this time it's going to be 4 Wolves that really do help out the players of Revenant Xspark get a better positioning. 4 Wolves from the back, just destroying the players of Jux Esports and spoiling their game as Rebo is there up close and personal, and he somehow lights all 3 of them up. VXT stepped into their own graves, and Jux, did they eliminate him?
Oh my goodness, Niku, he single-handedly knocked 3 guys, but it's not over yet. Now Amazing is getting flushed in. Now the nades comes through. They go down. 4 Wolves will be able to win this fight. But VXT, they get completely dismantled from afar. Revenant Xspark, they were able to gobble up some points now. They saw all these things happening, and they are going to take shots onto his 4 Wolves. Meanwhile, NINZA getting knocked from afar. And this is going to be a tricky spot to be in here because on the minimap, look at this, FS Esports, they've decided to push out a compound trying to get some points for themselves and learn from past. It's also going to be chiming in from afar to look to get and secure all these points. Revenant Xspark, they picked Ninja Jot up, they have to go for the reset. They're right on the edge of the zone, but learn from past out in the open here. Punk, he's only got 12 bullets here, he's looking for those knocks. It seems like 4 Wolves also going to be taking shots onto his learn from pass.
5 finish points acquired so far for 4 Wolves. And these 4 Wolves are definitely doing a decent job. Revenant Xspark, look at that nade. It's a 3-pointer from Trace. Finds a crucial knock. Immortal's down. And even Immortal finds out that he's mortal. 4 Wolves are completely trapped. Even Avinash is getting shot from the back. What can he do? Immortal is constantly getting sprayed down. Another man from 4 Wolves is caught out in the open in a really bad spot. He's only got a vehicle as a cover and Noob to sustain and stabilize that spot. It seems impossible. There's too many lines of sight on him. It's all to the boys who learn from past, just constantly spraying him down. And speaking of learn from past, they've lost out in Termi.
Ooh. Max gets a lucky headshot through the smoke. Tries to reconnect. Punk has to readjust as well. But Revenant Xspark, seems like they are going to be pushing in towards the compounds where 4 Wolves is. 4 Wolves, they've lost 1 player. And only 1 player remains here as Noob. He's going to be stuck out in the open and learn from past. Is going to try and gatekeep them here. Seems like they won't be able to find this. Another finish in the hands of learn from past. 11 finishes in total. Revenant Xspark now in a counter engagement. NINZA finds the opener here, punishes him. Nicely done from Ninja Jord.
Yeah, that was a really exposed push. I'm not sure what Honey was planning to do, but I'm pretty sure Honey just does not really care now. Learn from past has already got a lot of points, 12 points in total in this game. They've done more than the average. And yes, of course, they're also doing really good in the overall standing, so even if they do miss out on this game, it's not going to hurt them at all. Revenant Xspark with 2 mid standing. They've got the man advantage in this scenario. It's a 2-on-1 situation between Learn from Past and Revenant Xspark. And Revenant Xspark, all it takes is one well-placed nade from Trace, and that's going to seal the deal maybe. But Max repositions in the nick of time. Max, He is able to shut down NINZA all the way in the back. Heroics and Max can still save the day as Trace is now close in, and Max, with just 1 HP, he takes down Trace and his teammate. Revenant Xspark given a reality check as they get 1v2'd.
He got the one pump in. What a clutch coming from Max. Oh my goodness. Max. That is a phenomenal clutch coming from him. Meanwhile, the rest of the worlds are still fighting for the chicken dinner. FS Esports now in an engagement with Metal Esports. Rishi and Superman dropping down low. And Lubu gets hunted down and FS Esports cleans them all up. And now it all remains with Max right now. 4 versus 1 situation here. Sarvid is knocked. And Max, he is going to try and push up. Him against the world now for the chicken dinner for Learn From Pass.
This has been the best stage so far for Metal Esports. Top 3 in this game. The previous game they had 5 points. So yeah, for Metal Esports, we are definitely seeing the improvement. Learn From Pass, just Max standing with 14 finishes in total acquired. And there's FS Esports with all the players still up. A 1-on-4 scenario. Can Max do it? One man in a dream. Can he be the one-man army? Max is getting approached by the entirety of FS Esports. And Max, unfortunately, just gets ran over. Just like that. It will be Learn From Pass getting eliminated by the hands of FS Esports. And FS Esports, they snatch a chicken dinner.
Oh, this is a very important one here for FS Esports as they need those points. But still, a performance coming in from both Revenant Xspark and Learn From Pass to just completely shut down the competition in this game itself here. Learn From Pass dominated on every single encounter they had. Revenant Xspark has also dominated on every single encounter they had. And when these two titans collide here, it came down towards Max versus NINZA. Oh, just very, very awkward here. NINZA getting picked off, leaving it towards 1v1. And for Max to get the one pump when he was rushed, that was just... ouch! That was a big ouch.
I know, right? None of us saw this coming. We all thought that Max is done for, but still, Max was able to thread the needle. He was able to snipe down the guy in the back with, of course, the M4 spray. Just look at this beautiful thing. Sprays down NINZA in the back, and now he knows the fight's taken down to a 1v1. Pulls out the shotgun and gets that one pump, and that was more than enough to eliminate Revenant Xspark out of this game. In the end, FS Esports, of course, just had the man advantage. And as I mentioned, for Metal Esports, today's day has been better.
Yeah, it definitely has as well. But for Max to win that engagement was gotta be the highlight for today here, because as of yet, it was a very small, minor detail. But as soon as he saw Trace God tried to sprint to the right and had his gun down, he immediately picked him. And that's what's, I would say, a lucky shot, but at the same time, that one shot was what he needed. That was a small little tiny window, so it was very, very nicely done here coming from Max.
I would just say it was all about the timing, right? When he peeked out, the timing was right, and he pretty much connected that shot and came out on top, right? But now moving on the conversation towards the struggling names once again. Rivalry Esports, we had expectations from them. We said that maybe in this game, if they do get one big game, there's a chance Rivalry Esports can still stand a chance and they can come back to life. But instead, Rivalry Esports messed up big.
Yeah, Oishani is also going to be one of those teams as well. They got the chicken dinner, they have a decent amount of points, but they need another decent game from this year. But it's not truly over as well, because they still have one more game, and one more good game for tomorrow still gives them a fighting chance for tomorrow at least.
But I see the main concern is the mid-pack is still not able to funnel in points, and as long as that happens, the cutoff does not increase. But for now, let's move on to a short break, as we will head on towards the final game, but after this break. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. And Salty, watching Middle Esports do so good, I'm pretty sure even you're starting to feel pretty good. But that entire chicken dinner, and especially Max, he was able to shut down Revenant Xspark. It was a 1-on-2 scenario. The timing that Max was able to pull off was incredible.
It certainly was, right? But you mentioned Revenant Xspark, and my mind just straight up went to Picardo and what happened over there. Yes, it's banter. It is a little bit of...
it's not banter. You know it.
It is banter. It is BMing at its absolute best. I think there could have been no way to reply back your rivals that, all right, this is our home turf and you should not be stretching over it.
They're straight up enemies now at this point, right? And I'm pretty sure this rivalry is going to be stretched for the years to come, which is, of course, a good thing. That's what spices up the entire competition.
Yeah.
But hey, something that's going to spice your games is also going to be this BGMI Royal Enfield collaboration. My personal favorite is going to be Continental GT 650. If you guys want to get your hands on one of the Royal Enfield bikes, head on to inside of the game and just give it your shot.
Absolutely, why not? And even the Classic 350 as well. I mean, it looks amazing. So if you are one of those classic guys, I feel like Royal Enfield is such a brand who has an immense fan following. Some people just like the Continental GT 650. Some people are avid fans of the Classic 350. If you are one of them, you can actually get one for yourself as well. But nonetheless, coming back to the map of Miramar, it seems to me that Vasista Esports should desperately change their drop location because that fight against Revenant is not working out now.
Without a doubt. But in my opinion, Vasista Esports should reply back. That's what I think. You cannot just let go off that rivalry like that. Come on, Salty. Especially when your death crates were picked up and thrown in a toilet.
Yeah, again, now see, you have the first movers advantage. We'll talk about that, but we do have the MVP of the last game, ladies and gentlemen. Max from Learn from past 8 eliminations, 1382 points of damage, which is brilliant. You've also got to see Trace God from Revenant Xspark making big moves on the leaderboard. 7 eliminations from this lad. And Termi, I think Termi has been one of the most consistent players in the later stages of the grind. Now he's just showing his worth that he is there every single map with those consistent elimination points.
I think the entirety you've learned from past is just consistent. You can rely on every single player. It's not just Termi popping off one game. Yes, majority of the times he is the one to be there on the MVP list. But to be honest, it's not just about Termi. Every single person in Learn from Past has that explosive nature, and they can pop off anytime. We've got the point standings pop up, and of course Learn from Past with the most amount of points, getting 20 in total. FS Esports, even though they got the chicken dinner, there's only going to be 15 points acquired. Revenant Xspark with 17 points, 4 Wolves getting 10. That's a bit of a good thing.
That is definitely a good thing, at least a step in the right direction. I was talking about 4 Wolves. I think it was extremely important for them to finish the day on a positive note and potentially make their distance between top 8 and their placement quite near. And I think they've done that with this 10-point game for themselves. Have a look at that. Overall standings in front of us, Jux Esports at the borderline, 8th position for them, 121 to be exact. You've got Altitude and 4 Wolves as well, closely following by 5 and 15 points, separating in these teams from the top 8. What are your thoughts? Do you think can 4 Wolves make it inside?
I really would want to make them, but to be honest, I'm pretty sure it's up to them, right? And at the end of the day, Altitude as well is another one of those fierce contenders that really does stand a chance to easily make it in the top 8. But let's be honest, all we can do is just sit down over here, talk about, and just make our speculations.
Yeah.
That maybe this one can make it, that maybe that one can make it. Nothing's in our hand, it's all in their hands. And the way 4 Wolves has been playing, it's pretty inconsistent. Some games, they do get the points. Some games, there's just nowhere to be seen. They get eliminated with 0 points. And if that inconsistency follows up over and over again, we will probably see either Altitude Esports or just Jux Esports maintaining that spot.
Absolutely, but they certainly are not out of risk, to be honest. Both Versatile and Jux Esports are in a position 129 and 121. Beyond Versatile, the team we saw, Vasista Esports, they have already crossed 140 points mark. And since we were discussing about the cutoffs, I think they are very near to that cutoff already. It is Versatile and Jux Esports whose positions can be compromised. And there are a lot of names who are looking for that, particularly Eggy Gaming as well. Their Wrangles went really well. Could not really convert that on the map of Miramar, but they still have one more opportunity.
For Eggy, it's a whole different story, it feels like. Some games you will see them extremely aggressive, and in those games, at least they get the average points, right?
Yeah.
At least they will have 5 or 6 points in that game. But the game that they try to put on a little bit of leash upon themselves, it's like Eggy is just not working out at all. In my opinion, if explosive performance is something that's working out, you might as well just go aggressive and try and get those elimination points because Eggy's slipping off.
They certainly are. I guess they are yet to kind of cross that 100-point marker quite comfortably. So at that point, danger starts creeping, shoulders start to shiver, and as a matter of fact, that you do not want to be playing that round 2 for yourself. You want to topple that and move towards round 3, which does not seem like a possibility at all. Of course, Oishani Esports having 2 consistent games after that, I feel like, yes, it is a step in the right direction, but it's way too late for now.
Yeah, exactly. Oishani Esports, I had a conversation with Icy as well about this, and I mentioned Oishani Esports needs 2 more chicken dinners just like that to even stand a chance to be there in the top 8. But another team that could have actually stood a chance is also Rivalry Esports. I'm not saying that they don't stand a chance anymore, but they need one massive game, probably 25 or 28 points in that game, and then maybe Rivalry Esports will be around that close proximity of crossing it towards the top 8. But looking at the way Rivalry Esports is playing, I don't think they're going to be making it anytime soon.
I mean, I disagree with you there. I think Rivalry Esports, they have the fundamentals and the basics, and it is visible that this team is trying to go in and take those fights. It's a different issue altogether that the fights are not getting in their favor, but nonetheless, we'll find out if Rivalry Esports can actually make it work. I see the smirk on Necro's face, and
they've got the fundamentals, but still for some reason they're not able to win the fights. What's going on there, Salty?
I mean, look, hear me out, alright? If they are in those good positions, if they are looking to take those fights, then that is at least fundamentals checked. Now, converting those fights and actually getting those points, that is a whole different...
So you're saying mechanics are the problem?
Mechanics might just be the problem.
Don't you think more than fundamentals, mechanics is probably like one of the most biggest things that you're supposed to improve?
I mean, you can't really improve mechanics overnight, so I guess it doesn't really matter, Necro. This is an argument which I guess only will be sorted out when we see Rivalry Esports inside of the game. And ladies and gentlemen, we are heading inside. It is going to be the map of Miramar.
Big Bird, it's in the sky once again in the deserty lands of Miramar, and this time for one last time, as we have got the final game booting up on the screen, and the questions still remain. Will we see some movement in the mid pack, or will it just be the top pack constantly dominating and creating that vacuum of points? The plane flap pad starting all the way from La Cobreria towards the southern side, which is going to be Partona, and extremely tilted towards the left side of the map. If the teams do want to head on towards El Azharpur to Paraiso, now that's going to be an extremely tough stretch.
I want to look at the drop clashes right from the get-go itself. Have a look at that on Miramar. It has been learned from past, who has been supremely dominant, 72 points from the matches that they have played. FS Esports, by the way, that was their second chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. But majority of the teams that need some upliftment, I guess they are positioned in that second half of that map standings. Have a look at that. Oishani Esports. You also got the likes of Aura Esports as well. For Altitude, I think it's a different story. I think Altitude, they've done phenomenally well on this map. 45 points from the games that they've played. One more chicken dinner. Altitude should be very comfortable, but let's find out what happens as these birds, they do tend to land upon their desired locations. Rivalry Esports, we were talking about them. One big game is still important, and we've seen Rivalry Esports make it to the deeper stages of the competition, but this time inside of the grind, the same Rivalry Esports, the same players, Lucky to Noob, Skeleton, they haven't really shown their absolute best.
And we talked about this, Salty. A drop clash between Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports happening once again. And what was Trace doing? Too late to the party. The man gets cut off instantly. The wings get clipped. Vasista Esports, at least they start things off with a bit of a man advantage, but are they really going to push up with that? And the answer is going to be yes. Look at Beast. He's already crossed on. But I guess the call's made to back Beast off once again. So Beast is not going to push up close and personal yet.
Ooh.
Hector's got his hands on the explosive bow, and if he's able to find that re-knock, that will be insane. But he's only got 4 arrows in it.
Not really a lot of opportunities. Meanwhile, the rest of the players of Vasista Esports, they were knocking on the doors, but it seems like they're taking the back foot. They're not engaging in this fight just yet. Revenant Xspark, the reset was there. The first knock was an indication that Vasista might be looking to capitalize with their numbers, but Revenant Xspark, it seems like with Trace getting back up on his feet, that'll disallow Vasista Esports any breathing room. Hector, meanwhile, on the flank, he needs to go in for the loot and try and put some sort of hurt against Revenant Xspark, but What would be the strategy? Are they still holding on to these compounds just to lock Revenant Esports down, or they want to really take this fight head on? That question is still unclear in my mind.
I think both are just waiting for each other to make some sort of mistake. And I'm pretty sure both know that they're not going to be staying in those apartments for too long. Someone's going to try to leave that, go back, and maybe start looting up better. Once again, I guess Vasista Esports now, they just need to get their fundamentals right. The moment they do so, probably there will be a big chance that they will come out on top in that fight. Mechanics have always been there with big names. But I personally think so, more than fundamentals, a team is supposed to focus on mechanics first, and then comes the other stuff. Because if, as an individual player, your mechanics are not strong, then there's a big question. Are you really suited to be a pro?
Certainly have to have a lot of work done behind the scenes, but ladies and gentlemen, we do have the stats in front of us. The number of smokes that have been used, 4,903. With that, Superman from FSC Esports will catch a couple of players off guard. Eggy Gaming, they will suffer the first blow inside of this map. And the first pick in front of us, FSC Esports, though it seems like retaliation is there. Kamla boy with that Scarlet is going to find Doxy. Rishi all by himself can smell the offense coming. It is Eggy Gaming who will try to push up in tandem, but do you think they will wipe the floor with FSC Esports, Necro?
Still a big question. Nothing can be said. The fight's down to a 3v3. Eggy lost out on one of their men a while ago, and it was FSC Esports' Superman to get that confirmation, and Superman's all the way in the back. In my opinion, Superman should try and wrap all the way around and take the high ground on top of the hills. Then that would be an extremely good position. But instead, Superman's still playing around the low grounds, which is questionable. 3 players of FSC Esports playing in tandem next to each other. The same thing can also be said for Eggy. But Superman from the far phrase trying to find the off angles. Troy's position spotted. As I mentioned, Superman should try and get on top of that hill and form that off angle. He can easily catch Troy off guard as well with that position.
He is in fact doing so, but the problem is not really a lot of bullets inside of his UMP. 23/0. Not enough to take that long distance engagement. FSC Esports, they already are hitting heavy against Eggy Gaming as Eggy all by himself. Not a lot of support coming in from Gamla Boy as he holds another angle. Needs to push up, does have the shotgun as well, waiting for FSC Esports to just step into his crosshairs. He's going to peek out and try and catch them off guard. Brilliant recovery over there by FSC Esports with that nade. And now Eggy Gaming, it's all down to his IGL. Can he still hold the fort? Big question, Necro.
Just one man against the shotguns. This seems impossible. And he's got his hands on the Thompson. But he still found one. How is that even possible? FSC Esports, for a moment, they whiffed a lot of shots. And that's why 2 players were the casualties. But hey, Eggy, that's going to be an early exit from the game, which means Salty, they've only got 3 more games left over to try and do anything in the overall standings now.
That's going to be a little disheartening, to be honest. This is a fight that they would love to cherish. This is an aggressive team, and that was a fight which they lost early on inside of this map. Miramar not really going in their way. Certainly have to go back to the drawing board and find out what exactly is going wrong, but talking about what's going wrong, it is Team Altitude, who are also struggling on the overall standings. They are in the 9th spot, 115 points. 5 points, you are inside of the top 8, and I guess Team Altitude will be looking for that. But up next is going to be Troy Tamilan. And Troy Tamilan, we know they hurt. They do manage to make their opposition feel that hurt.
Revenant Xspark, Ninja, Pain, Punk. They seem pretty nice. But you know what else is nice? This entire set that you can see on the screen, the Rebel Rogue Fox set. And I'm sure you're a big fan of it.
You're talking... I'm a fan? What? No, she's my crush.
Okay. What about the DP, though?
It's one of my favorites. I love using the DP in my classic matches, by the way, because it's quite easier to actually control the recoil, especially in those long distance sprays. And I guess I might actually get one for myself, the Royal Pass. It's not really that difficult. It also does not include your...
What do you mean you might get it? If she's your crush, you gotta get it. Come on, it's the Rebel Rogue Fox we're talking about.
I know, right? People might have other opinion, but I haven't been able to win all my crushes' heart.
But this one you can.
This one I can, certainly.
Easily.
quite easily, in fact, inside of the game. We'll talk about that maybe after the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Now it is FSE Esports who are starting to huddle around two teams. At the distance, we can see GLITCHxREBORN as well as Gods for a Reason, as a matter of fact. They're the ones who are the closest. Shots can be taken, no visibility though. Here it comes. Ragnar can certainly open fire, but those shots don't really do a lot of damage. FSE Esports, they escape.
FSE Esports still around the fray. Repositioning towards this compound. FSE Esports is trying to play a peaceful game. But to be honest, everyone's just waiting for the next zone. The stage 2. That's going to be a bit revealing, but instead it just centers on up. Centers on top of that cluster. GLITCHxREBORN, they've got a lot of space they're controlling. But since they're also being surrounded by too many teams, it's better to just group up and play a little bit passive in that scenario. You've got a good positioning inside of the circle, so you don't even need to fight for no reason. VXT around Crater Fields, now trying to close in towards the circle. Jux as well. Around the northern side, things looking good and dandy there. But a fight between Vasista Esports and Revenant Xspark, it's still brewing up. We haven't really got the final result about it, but now Punk, his position's revealed. AKM up close and personal should give the man the advantage. Uzi's in the hands of Vasista Esports, and they finally ran thin on patience. Both the teams in the past, they have died to the blue just because of this entire rivalry. But this time, Revenant Xspark, they really want to take it up close and personal, and they want to shut him down once again. Is it really going to be a 2-0 in one day? Or will Vasista Esports reply back? It seems like Revenant Xspark, they're still strong.
They certainly are strong, right? Have a look at that. Trace and Ninja in good positions. Punk and Pain, they have been knocked out. Revenant Xspark can certainly get these players back up, but it seems like when it comes to healing, they don't really have those replenishments. Trace, of course, will be looking to get into those aggressive positions. Now he comes face to face with these two players. Gets the knock, Vasista Esports. They've been wiped out. Revenant Xspark once again win this fight.
No way. Revenant Xspark just won that fight. Oh, okay. I guess Revenant Xspark does not even care about playing this game anymore. The moment they eliminated Vasista Esports, they're like, yeah, you know what? We're done for. We do not even want to do anything about it. That's his own teammate's crate, by the way.
Is he going to put him in the toilet as
think
well?
Maybe.
Nah, that's not happening. That is not happening, Ninja. You can't do that. That is your own teammate, please.
I don't think he can even make it. He does not even have enough meds. He's only got 8 bandages. Maybe he can make it. He's going to drop it down, patch himself up first, and then continue his journey towards that toilet.
This is beyond esports, ladies and gentlemen. This is banter, but we'll talk about that. But elsewhere, we do have a team who is actually trying hard to make it inside of the top 8. It is Rivalry Esports, and we do see those nades come in. Troy Tamilan all of a sudden. Lens took a lot of damage up front as well. A couple of those players will go down. This is great advantage for Rivalry Esports in this fight, but as soon as I see that flex shot, gets knocked out.
It's not too good. Oxen, he's knocked out from Tamilan Esports, but even Rivalry Esports, they're starting to face the brunt. They're facing the casualties. Hesperus and Oxen are knocked out, but the fight's down to a 2v2. Rivalry Esports, they're facing too much brunt. Another man gets knocked out. The fight's down to a 2-on-1. Man advantage in the hands of Tamilan Esports as now Revival's being squeezed in. Aiden's taking that rev, and he actually gets it as well. DBS is there for up close and personal combat, and Rivalry Esports, they're getting too impatient. Utilities were tossed out, and Aiden's already made that pounce. He's on top of the high ground. He should take just one more bullet to shut him down, and that's what happens. Lens from the back has got his back.
That is not good execution from Rivalry Esports in Necro. I felt they had such an amazing fight advantage in this combat, just like you mentioned. They had the first knock as well. They had the numbers advantage, but they dwindled everything. It was almost as if dominoes came down in a flash, but nonetheless, Rivalry Esports, they will have to try their luck on the last day of the tournament. Inside of the grind, by the way, they don't get eliminated, but they still might not be making it to round 3. One team who is still in contention will be Team Altitude Esports, and they certainly have the altitude for themselves. Right at the center of the circle, good position, as well as the high ground. Vantage point against was versatile. Shots can be taken, but it will be a very long distance engagement, so I'm unsure if Altitude can certainly change that in their favor.
The zone shift's going to be important. Once again. And yeah, even Revenant Xspark eliminated from the game. I don't think he was able to take his teammate's body or Death Crate to the toilet. Unlucky. Maybe next game he can do it, which will be happening tomorrow. And tomorrow, unfortunately, these guys are not going to be playing the map of Miramar. So yeah, that drop clash is not going to be seen. Vasista Esports had one more chance to win that drop clash, but Revenant Xspark, they denied him that chance as well. 4 Wolves, 4 men still strong and standing. Noob is constantly just tapping away. With just 1 finish racked up. 4 Wolves once again off to a slow start, but this time they cannot make a lot of mistakes.
Have a look at the replay once again. Aiden, beautiful knock being struck with the DBS. Jumping shot connected. Skeleton came in from the back lines but took a lot of damage in the process. That resulted in Tamilan Esports just winning this fight all to themselves. Franklin was still there as a last surviving player, but then the 1v2, it's always going in the hands of Tamilan Esports. Brilliant use of numbers, but can they replicate that performance against Learn From Past? Have a look at that, a Rush Boy. All by himself, it is going to be a duel against Aiden. Backs exposed, but from the back lines, it was Honey who gets down Aiden. Beautiful bait and switch. Learn From Past. They have an advantage in this fight. Rush Boy still up in the front lines, looking to converge upon from the sides. And it seems like he has done majority of the heavy lifting. The cross is not even in place. Learn From Past. They wipe the floor with Tamilan Esports. And beautifully executed. They don't really take any casualties along the process. Just 1 player knocked out, and that's it.
Learn From Past's stance are so good. Every single time in every single fight, you will look at their positioning and you will be a fan of it. They've always got each other's back, but a third party from GLITCHxREBORN that might just not be expected. But it's still Learn From Past we're talking about. This team on defense, they're insane. But GLITCHxREBORN with the man advantage in the fight. Now they just want to keep on pressing up on the matters, and they probably want to get the entire elimination off Learn From Past. Final 2 men standing for Learn From Past, and if GLITCHxREBORN wants, they can still press the button and make the push. But that can also mean you're throwing the game, because Learn From Past, all they need to do is now just sit here and defend.
I think one of those teams was, again, are sure of their placement inside of the top 8. Learn From Past, they can certainly go a little more aggressive. Medal Esports, though, one of those lineups who have been struggling for a while throughout the grind. In fact, now, once again, just... it's almost as if they're repeating the same mistakes that they do every single time, not being able to move inside the circle. Late rotations, time and time again, and this time it seems like they are going to be in the midst of a triple threat because Aura Esports, as well as another one of those lineups, are in the mix of things. Shockwave from the backlines, beautiful spray down. Aura Esports, 2 finishes in the bag already, but they do have another lineup in the closing stages. It is going to be 4 Wolves who are in the distance that I can spot. Oishani Esports right next to them. Can Aura farm those finish points?
Good question, and a big question. 4 Wolves. Somewhere down line, but they probably are itching to take a fight against Aura. But how did they do it? How do they take it? All the 4 men from 4 Wolves, they're quite split. Which is, of course, a good thing when it comes to the long term of the game, but if you want to take a fight, it's better to be on the same page. Oishani Esports, Ghostface. From long range, spotting! Oh my god, that was a deadly shot. For a moment, I thought he almost 2-tapped the guy.
Yeah.
But that dink on the head, I'm pretty sure that was just a warning shot. If Aura Esports overpeaks that, Ghostface is definitely going to rip your face off.
Now, this is a very interesting position for Aura Esports as well, because you can't make that direct entry inside the circle, which is almost like, what, 10, 20 meters away from you. It's so close, but you still can't make that push. If you do so, it's going to be Ghostface, especially with those mini 14s, who's been brilliant from the distance. Looking to gatekeep, but Aura Esports, they go past their defenses and find a way inside the circle. Up north, of course, they will be the likes of 4 Wolves. The last player, once again, making that mad dash inside. Now Ghostface is going to shift focus. Next up is going to be 4 Wolves. But brilliant recovery, by the way. Balu, from the distance, finds that knock. Did not expect that, Necro.
Yeah. 4 Wolves are just constantly chipping away on the lobby. 2 finish points already secured. Does not sound a lot, but for a team like 4 Wolves, these 2 finish points can be a new ray of hope. Next circle shift is going to be quintessential. Shifting on top of Gods for a reason can be a whole different story. That will be central shift and Gods for a reason. There's also a warehouse right in front of them, which is empty. And that's what exactly happens. Aura Esports, Gods for a reason, they find themselves on the lucky side of the bed, while Oishani Esports, I like the fact that now they're playing a little bit more split apart.
Yeah.
And that's why Oishani Esports is able to maximize their efforts.
Plus, I don't even think they need to push inside the circle just yet. They can hold the edge of the blue for a while, just to move in as the blue circle creeps in. Because there are a lot of teams who are playing in from the edges. You have a look at that. On the western front, you've got Jux Esports, FS Esports, as well as Versatile. You've got GLITCHxREBORN and Learn from Past to the south side as well. And talking about that western edge, you've got FS Esports who are knocking on the doors of Gods for a reason. Beast Toji with that first shot from the shotgun just finds a connection. FS Esports have been wiped out.
That's a big wipe. Gods for a reason. 9 teams standing, 32 remaining players. And now GLITCHxREBORN, they decide to make the pounce against Max. And just like that, within a second, Max goes down as well. GLITCHxREBORN, the confidence just oozing out. They knew they had the man advantage. All they want to do is just press on the matters a bit more, and that's what they do. But Termi's not a man you should just push like that. Termi has pulled off insane clutches in the past, and he's also the best man from the side of Learn from Past. Utility was tossed out. It does a lot of damage to that player from GLITCHxREBORN, and Termi's also placed himself in a pretty decent spot. Tossing out a smoke on the backs and making sure that it's not going to be pushed from there, but it's still not going to matter. GLITCHxREBORN already pushed up.
It is, of course, too late for GLITCHxREBORN. 57 points on board 58. Ladies and gentlemen, but
2 big games.
2 big games, and at least now they are actually winning these fights. Learn from Past isn't a team to actually scoff at. We saw the way they executed that fight initially, and of course, Termi was the last man who had left alive. And just like you mentioned, he's one of the best bans out of the lobby. But even he just got shut down elsewhere. It is going to be Jux Esports who are duking it out on the western front. There are a lot of teams included in this picture. Superb. Looking to heal himself up. A little bit of risky move, but Versatile, they don't really want to give a single chance to their opponents. Try and get a reset. Versatile doing a good job so far. 5 eliminations, 6 on board already, but there is still another team. That is going to be Team Altitude from the distance. Shots coming through from them. It can be deadly for Versatile if they do not tackle the lads from Team Altitude.
Oh, Altitude running out in the open, and just like that, that's going to be it for VXT. It's Gods who put the nail in the coffin. And Team Altitude, 3 elimination points acquired so far. They've made it to top 7. That means even a few placement points garnered. Decent outing. Gods for a reason, just right there in the front. And Altitude, now they need to be a little bit more concerned of Gods for a reason. GLITCHxREBORN all the way from the opposite fray. They were taking those shots in clouds. What was that knock? Dinks to the skull, and GLITCHxREBORN instantly getting a reality check. The next zone shift is going to be there, and even that's going to be centering on up.
Gods for a reason. They certainly are going to be extremely happy with the BGMI Gods right now. They do have a compound for themselves, but from the back lines, it is going to be a challenge in the name of Altitude Esports. And the fact that they've got all 4 players up and running just builds up the threat for Gods for a reason, because if the slamming does come in, there's always going to be that numbers advantage. You do have that lone strangler from that fight. Jux Esports' Rebu is still holding on, and Altitude want to take that finish point as well. Their closest competitors who are gatekeeping the top 8 of the overall standings. It is going to be important for Altitude to keep their calm and convert this game, because this is their chance to make it inside and potentially go on a break on a great morale, by the way.
Just look at this. Oh man, the spray down. Gets the first, instantly snaps onto the second one as well. Beautifully done. Oishani Esports. The patience now starting to pay off. The passive approach from Oishani Esports now seems like it's getting them somewhere. Altitude out in the open, spotted. Mini 14 taps, not finding connection. The man's still behind cover, and he's safe. Ghostface, the best performing man for Oishani Esports. He's like the VIP, he needs to be protected. Ghostface. As long as he is alive, still a big chance of Oishani Esports winning the fights as well.
I want to see how they deal with the threat that comes in from Aura Esports on their nut side. You've got those two players, they've got solid compounds to work with, and I believe their formation, the way they are split up, it is to neutralize those utilities coming in from Oishani Esports. The first need does sail in from Syed. A little bit of damage dished out. Karanopi is, of course, going to be feeling the brunt of that, but Ghostface, you mentioned it, the VIP, he needs to be protected. I almost thought that Ghostface is going to line up a flank, but elsewhere it seems like Gods is in a different fight altogether.
I think eliminating Oishani for Aura Esports is going to be much tougher than for Oishani to eliminate Aura. If all the four players make that push against Aura Esports, it's going to be an easy elimination for Oishani. But the only reason why they're so hesitant, it's because they do not know how many players lie. What if there's a full squad? And that's what Oishani's thinking of. But now with this nade, they definitely got to make the pounce. That's a man advantage that they were looking for. Syed tossing out the Molotov, and now no one's going to be stopping the players of Oishani Esports from making that pounce on Aura. Syed, the man does not even have a helmet. What is he supposed to do? All the players making that pounce, and Syed, he gets eliminated too. Oishani Esports doing some light work.
There certainly was light work for them. Aura Esports have been eliminated, but have a look at this. This is nades coming through from altitude. This is going to be their war horn that has been rung for Wolf. Can they survive will be the question as one of their players do get taken down. It is Avnish who is on his knees already, and Gods is not looking to capitalize, which is a little detrimental to what Altitude have done already.
The next zone, it's going to be shifting right on top of the players of Gods for Reason once again. It's shifting in their direction. It's like G4R are literally the zone magnets.
Yeah.
GLITCHxREBORN, they went towards that compound, but the zone is now on the verge of excluding them. Team Altitude on the top. The zone's not exactly on them. If Altitude wants to get inside of the circle, first they need to fight the players of Four Wolves and then focus on the players of Gods for Reason. Too many fights Altitude will need to take, but luckily they do have the high ground, so they can capitalize on that.
Shots coming through for Gods. It is Four Wolf who are looking to inch in closer to that fight. And look at that nade coming through. Avnish will find the connection. Team Altitude, all of a sudden it seems like their altitude has been halted. And suddenly they are on their knees. They are getting under fire from every direction. And every threat possible just came through. For Altitude, I'm not really sure how they're going to surviving this onset.
Four Wolves. The fact that they've got all the four players standing, that's a big sigh of relief. But Four Wolves also needs to be a little bit careful of Oishani Esports' presence. The players might just be exposed from the back. Oishani Esports, they're also getting shot at by the players of GLITCHxREBORN, and Four Wolves of Niche is down low. Oishani moving in tandem slowly and steadily, driving around in the vehicles, trying to find a good and a safe spot. But this late in the game, I don't think anything's going to be safe. They either will need to fight against Four Wolves or GLITCHxREBORN, but as of now, a fight between Gods for Reason and Altitude pops up. Two players already down for Altitude. Utilities, they're more than enough for Gods for Reason to eliminate the existence of Altitude.
Imagine not having to see your opposition, but still eliminating three players from that lineup. That is exactly what Gods for Reason did. They're just so good, so accurate on those nades. It is brilliant. Took down two players from the vehicle itself, the third one as well, just landing right on the money. G4R, they're brilliant as usual, but can they bag the chicken will be the question. GLITCHxREBORN, by the way. 5 eliminations on the board, all 4 players standing. They are, of course, holding a right angle, but it seems like Oishani Esports up front, they are going to be their biggest threats, and they are looking to neutralize their biggest threat.
Oishani, 2 men down. Scream as well, he's knocked out. Ghostface, the man's up. Jax, oh no, he's out in the open. Unsavable. He's done for. Just look at the amount of shots that are being taken inside of that smoke just to find that confirmation. A smoke trailer was created from GLITCHxREBORN, and they're adamant they want to get the fallen man back up. A lot of shots taken from Ragnar in the hopes of finding at least one connection, one hit marker, but even he fails. GLITCHxREBORN, how do you escape the death trap?
I don't think they've done that. I don't think they've escaped the threat coming in from Gods for Reason, because yes, for sure, they have gotten the fallen comrade back up. But as soon as you escape from this warehouse, you are going to be in the midst of a fight. Fight against God for a reason. Beautiful bird's eye view, by the way, which does give us a vantage point. 3 teams and 12 players do remain, ladies and gentlemen, as all 3 teams have their 4 men up and alive. This is going to be a triple threat. You've got the numbers advantage on 4Wolf as well as GLITCHxREBORN with 6 eliminations already. But as soon as I say that 4Wolf, they strike.
This can't be anyone's cup of tea. If GLITCHxREBORN wait for the players of 4Wolves and Gods for Reason to duke it out against each other, GLITCHxREBORN can win. If Gods for Reason wait for GLITCHxREBORN and 4Wolves to do something, they can win. If 4Wolves just keeps on maintaining the same spot and keep on defending down the same spot, even they can win. The chances of 4Wolves winning in all the scenarios are a lot.
Yeah.
So all they need to do is just keep themselves pinned down and play defense.
Odds certainly are stacked in their favor for sure, but can't really say the same for GLITCHxREBORN though. They are pinned down in one corner inside of the warehouse, of course, and still they are taking the hurt. Blue zone creeping in will force GLITCHxREBORN out in the open. If they do not have those smokes available, I don't see them going anywhere, and God for Reason will keep punishing them. You mentioned it, right? The odds for 4Wolf to actually win this battle is huge, by the way. But if 4Wolves decide to take this fight right in time, they might not even take a casualty.
Oh, the zone's closing in. It's going to shrink. And it's also going to force the players of GLITCHxREBORN to move out in the open, leave that comfort zone. Gods for Reason losing out on bodies. 2 players they've pushed up in an advanced stance. But even 4Wolves, they're taking a bit of that dig. 4Wolves are down to a 3-man squad too, and Gods for Reason now are the reason for 4Wolves' misery. From the top, it's Hexe just constantly raining down death and destruction, and that's another man down. How is Gods for a Reason fighting 2 teams at the same time and still coming out on top? Now it's down to just Ragnar, and that's all the pressure on the man's shoulder. His teammate as well, he's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. GLITCHxREBORN, they're trying their best to stable things down, but it's going to be impossible, especially when you've got a team like Gods for Reason on your tail. Ragnar and Spirit, these 2, they need to do it. 4Wolves, they messed up big. This was supposed to be their game, but ended up exposing themselves a bit too much. Utilities not being utilized well, and that's why 4Wolves are on the verge of being eliminated from this game. But still, Gods for Reason, they've been extinguished from this game. As now GLITCHxREBORN, a team with the least amount of chances to win the game, are now on the verge of winning. It's a 2-on-1 scenario.
It certainly is a 2-on-1, and Avnish, with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders for sure, needs to come in from GLITCHxREBORN, and Avioji with that final strike. GLITCHxREBORN, they get themselves the first winner chicken dinner, the last one of the day, of course. But what a performance, because from a position where we thought that they are going to be the first ones to be eliminated, they actually survived the longest and made sure they get the chicken dinner. It's amazing.
The most amount of chances of winning were with the players of 4Wolves.
Yeah.
Then came Gods for Reason, then came GLITCHxREBORN. Even with the least odds with you, you still come out on top. That is spectacular. And I guess the only reason why that happened, it's because Gods for Reason was focused on 2 fights at the same time.
Yeah.
They were also busy taking a fight against the players of 4Wolves, busy taking a fight against the players of GLITCHxREBORN. But you can't even blame them, right? They did not even have any other option.
Exactly. I mean, I'm going to repeat the same thing, right? You can't even blame them, because had that fight gone in their favor, we would have been sitting here and praising them. How on earth did they manage to handle 2 teams at once,
exactly,
right? But then, of course, it did not go in their way, and now we will be the same persons to criticize. I guess they should have shifted focus on just one of those teams. Have a look at this. 4Wolves, they themselves were in a position where they could have actually won this game, but they messed up big time, especially the circle, forcing these players to go out in the open, and all of a sudden G4R just had open fight against them.
In my opinion, Hexe, instead of just peeking out like that from that ridge, he should have just waited, patched himself up, and then maybe peeked out. Things could have been a little bit different. He was full HP. He could have tanked a few more shots. He could have maybe gotten a few more knocks against the players of 4Wolves, but instead he just went for that ridge peek instantly, and that's why he got dismantled by 4Wolves. But as I mentioned, it's not even his fault. He tried his best. He was able to get 2 knocks. 4Wolves was the only reason why Gods for Reason pretty much lost that game. And for GLITCHxREBORN, 4Wolves was the reason why they won that game.
You know, we were talking about how 4Wolves need at least 20 points to make it inside the top 8, right? I think they did get themselves a decent number of eliminations in that game, decent number of position points as well. Somewhere around 10 to 11 points is what they secured, and I think that is going to be enough at least to give them a momentum boost that when they come back on their last day with 3 more maps remaining, I guess they will be able to give their best performance out there.
That's the only concern, man. Now they've only got 3 games left over, which means the room for error, it's extremely low. With 3 games to go, there's also going to be a lot of that overthinking that comes into play, and especially the teams on the latter half of the board or the teams on the top of the board, which have already qualified. They're going to make life hell for the teams in the middle pack.
Absolutely, and we've seen that happening already. Teams at the top, they don't really care right now. We saw Revenant Xspark and Vasista duking out once again. Yes, for sure, Revenant Xspark did get themselves those finish points, but you know what you do on the back of it, on the map of Miramar, it's just 2 teams neutralizing each other, not really doing anything much. And that is going to be the script, I guess, because they know they are going to be in the top 8.
And I'm a little bit disappointed by a few names like Aura Esports, Jux Esports, especially Jux. It's one of those teams that is still around that top 8. And for some reason, they're just not finding that one decent game to be there, push themselves just on the edge, which is honestly disappointing. But hey, we've got the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Hexy with 5 finishes from Gods from Reason. Without a doubt, this is one of those teams that does possess a lot of firepower.
Firepower is definitely one of their strengths, but their positioning has to be immense because G4R, they were like zone magnets in that one. But of course, you've got to talk about Avi OG, 5 finishes from this lad. Now, he is one of those real OGs in the circuit, coming in from Group C. I think he's still making his presence felt. Shorty with 4 eliminations, and Nobi from Team Versatile. I guess Versatile, it wasn't really that great of a game, but still, they managed average points, 7 points in their bag already. GXR 22 points, but it might just be a little too late for them.
GLITCHxREBORN with 22 points, as you mentioned, might just be too late. But as I mentioned too, if 2 games are big and massive just like this one, then maybe GLITCHxREBORN can position themselves around the top 8. But after 2 games as well, they would need another one decent game to breach inside of that 8th spot. So for GLITCHxREBORN, yeah, the journey's filled with a lot of thick and thins. Let's see if they can make it. Gods for Reason with 13 points. That's one of those teams that has already made it. So these 13 points are just going to be the bonus ones, just to make sure that you are prepared for the upcoming round.
Absolutely. And then, of course, you've got Altitude as well in the mid-pack. 7 points. That is what they could secure from that match. Does it put them in the top 8? I'm not really sure because it depends on how many points did Jux acquire. We'll have to look at the overall standings and find out if they are inside. Not really. They have in fact tied upon with the Jux Esports. 122 on both the teams, by the way. We've got 4 Wolf who are also chasing them very closely. 117 points on them. And then, of course, Eggy Gaming with 101. You've got Oishani with 95 points. But then I shift focus and look up top. You've got Versatile Esports with 136 points. I guess they are also inching closer to that cutoff.
Yeah, I mean, VXT 136. What do you think is going to be the cutoff for this group?
I think somewhere around high 130s, maybe 138.
Wow.
Or maybe low 140s, 142.
My initial prediction was 147, but I don't think it's going to be reached. So I would personally say maybe around 137, 138.
Yeah, exactly. Right. In the 3 matches that remain, one of them, by the way, is going to be the map of Rondo, which certainly can push the cutoff quite high if the teams in the mid-pack perform really well. You've got a lot of contenders, by the way, as well. You've got the likes of Eggy Gaming, you've got the likes of Altitude, you've got the likes of Aura Esports, if I'm not mistaken, and then, of course, you've got the likes of 4 Wolf, who can still make it inside. So, all of these contenders, they are going to be eyeing on that map of Rondo to make it big and make that statement and potentially pushing forward.
But hey, it was a pretty good day for Metal Esports today. First game, they got 5 points. Second game, they were there in the top 3. I would say that's a pretty good day for Metal Esports.
I mean, considering their past performance, yes, for sure. But then if you look at the competition, I don't think Metal Esports, they are going to be happy with that performance.
They're in a competition with themselves.
That competition certainly does not give you the best trophy of the country, right? Which, of course, is the trophy of BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. But I think that for Metal Esports, the journey is going to be long. They are going to come back inside of round 2 as well. So, not really a lot of struggles.
Yeah, I guess for them, things are going to be a little bit difficult as well, especially inside round 2, because we all know, right, in round 2, the teams from the round 1, that means they're also going to be meeting a lot of those teams that they've never met before in the past. So it's definitely going to be new experience for them. And now, since they're struggling so much in the grind, I'm not exactly sure what to expect from them in the round 2. I just hope they're going to be able to make it to the round 3. If they don't, I will not be surprised. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Salty. Tomorrow will be the final day for Group C and D. So we'll see you guys tomorrow itself with some more insane action.